Cherry red, match roses that you left. No remorse, no regret. I forgive every word you said. Oh, I didn't wanna leave, babe. I didn't wanna fight. Started to cry, but then remembered I give almost the powers. Write my name to sand. Talk to myself for hours. Yeah, say things you don't understand. I can take myself dancing. Yeah, I can hold my own hand. Yeah, I can love me better than you can.
I'm holding on your rope, got me 10 feet off the ground. I'm hearing what you say, but I just can't make a sound. You tell me that you need me, then you go and cut me down. But wait, you tell me that you're sorry, didn't think I'd turn around and say that it's too late to apologize. It's too late. I said it's too late to apologize. It's too late. Take another chance, take a fall, take a shot for you. I need you like a heart needs a beat, but it's nothing new. Yeah, I loved you with the fire red, now it's turning blue. And you say sorry like the angel, heaven let me think it was you. But I'm afraid that it's too late to apologize. It's too late. I said it's too late to apologize. It's too It's too late to apologize. It's too late. I said it's too late to apologize. It's too late.
I saw the stars align inside your deep blue eyes, and it just made sense. Cause you saw better me, I swear I haven't seen him since. But then we got lost in the deep end, so close to heaven. I know that I could have been loving you better, so good together. I know I should be over you now. I've been waiting for miracles, but I'm too cynical. I should be over you by now. And nothing is beautiful
violins are turning green. You're the magician's assistant in their dreams. Ooh, and they can't stop. Baby, running down to the riptide, taking away to the dark side. I wanna be your lifetime man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got a lump in my throat 'cause you're gonna sing the words wrong. There's this movie that I think you like. This guy decides to quit his job and heads to New York City. This cowboy's running from himself. She's been living on the high shelf. And they can't stop. Baby, running down to the riptide, taking away to the dark side. I wanna be your lifetime man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got a lump in my throat 'cause you're gonna sing the words wrong. To the riptide, I love you. To the riptide, and they can't stop. Baby, running down to the riptide, taking away to the dark side. I wanna be your lifetime man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got a lump in my throat 'cause you're gonna sing the words wrong. And they can't stop. Was sweet, I didn't blink, I let it in my eyes. Like an exotic drink, the radio playing songs that I have never heard. I don't know what to say. Oh, not another word, just la 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 la. It goes around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. And everybody's singing la 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 la. And now the bells are ringing all around the world. La 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 Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something, 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 sweet dreams are made of this. Sweet dreams are made of this. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something, something, Sweet dreams are made of this. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for I've been for a walk on a winter's day. All the leaves are brown and the sky is gray. I've been for a walk on a winter's day. I'd be safe and warm if I was in LA. California dreaming on such a winter's day. Stopped into a church, I pass along the way. Well, I got down on my knees and I pretend to pray. You know the preacher like the cold. He knows I'm gonna stay. California dreaming on such a winter's day. All the leaves are brown and the sky is gray. I've been for a walk on a winter's day. I'd be safe and warm if I was in LA. California dreaming on such a winter's day.
it in the air and I can see it in your eyes. Made your way through worlds to intertwine. Losing patience, I can tell, cause you're thinking about yourself and it shows. I never get wasted, but I'm losing control. Now I can't even taste it, losing track of the tides. Sinking all your relations, should've known we were faking. Read the signs, but that's the way she goes. She goes. Time can heal, but still I'll never know why. That's the way she chose. She chose. Brand new book, I'm glad the chapter's closed. I've been looking for the answers too long. Seems like I never had a chance to be wrong. Before you made your mind up and left a fading light of the perfect picture in my head of the things that might have been. And I'm changing all the thoughts inside my head. There's a story that you left but haven't read. Should've seen the signs, could've saved this time, but I gave you life and threw it like that's the way she goes. She goes. Time can heal, but still I'll never know why. That's the way she chose. She chose. Brand new book, I'm glad the chapter's closed. That's the way she goes. She goes. Time can heal, but still I'll never know why. That's the way she chose. She chose. Brand new book, I'm glad the chapter's closed.
Somebody say they saw you. The person you were kissing wasn't me, and I will never ask you. I just kept it to myself. I don't wanna know if you're playing me. Keep it on the low, 'cause my heart can't take it anymore. And if you're crippin', please don't let it show. Oh baby, I don't wanna know. I think about it when I hold you. When looking in your eyes, I can't believe. And I don't need to know the truth, but baby, keep it to yourself. I don't wanna know if you're playing me. Keep it on the low, 'cause my heart can't take it anymore. And if you're crippin', please don't let it show. Oh baby, I don't wanna know.
From Barcelona. Oh.
I don't wanna know if you're playing me. Keep it on the low, 'cause my heart can't take it anymore. And if you're crippin', please don't let it show. down the highway back to Dallas, Dallas. Wake me up in Rio. Baby, we've got so much left to see you, see you. When we wake up, don't stop dreaming. Keep your faith, don't stop believing. All our sins will be forgiven. Baby, wake me up in heaven. Baby, wake me up in. Baby, wake me up in. Wake me up in Paris. Take me down the highway back to Dallas, Dallas. Wake me up in Rio. Baby, we got so much left to see you, see you. When we wake up, don't stop dreaming. Keep your faith, don't stop believing. All our sins will be forgiven. Baby, wake me up in heaven. Baby, we got so much left to see you, see you. When we wake up, don't stop dreaming. Keep your faith, don't stop believing. All our sins will be forgiven. Baby, wake me up in heaven. Baby, wake me up in. Wake me up in Paris. Take me down the highway back to Dallas, Dallas. Wake me up in Rio. Baby, we got so much left to see you, see you. When we wake up, don't stop dreaming. Keep your faith, don't stop believing. All our sins will be forgiven. Baby, wake me up in
It's over. And now, when the world comes in, they come to build a wall between us. We know that they won't win. There is freedom within, there is freedom without. Try to catch the delusion of paper cup. There's a battle ahead. Many battles are lost, but you never see the end of the road while you're traveling with me. And now, don't dream it's over. And now, when the world comes in, they come to build a wall between us. We know that they won't win. And now, don't dream it's over. And now, when the world comes in, they come. Now I'm towing my car, and there's a hole in the roof. My possessions are causing me suspicion, but there's no proof. In the paper today, tales of war and our ways, but you turn right over to the TV page. And now, don't dream it's over. And now, when the world comes in, they come to build a wall between us. We know that they won't win. And now, don't dream it's over. And now, when the world comes in, they come. Now I'm walking again to the beat of a drum, and I'm counting the steps to the door of your heart. Only shadows ahead, barely clearing the roof. Get to know the feeling of liberation and release. And now, don't dream it's over. And now, when the world comes in, they come to build a wall between us. We know that they won't win. And now, don't dream it's over. And now, when the world comes in. they come.
Don't be sad, don't you cry, just let go of your pain. And when you fall asleep, no tomorrow's a new day. Don't be sad, don't you cry, just let go of your pain. And when you fall asleep, no tomorrow's a new day. Tonight I'm moving like just let go, just let go, just let go. Tonight I'm dancing like just let go, just let go, just let go. Don't be sad, don't you cry, just let go of your pain. And when you fall asleep, no tomorrow's a new day. Tonight I'm moving like just let go, just let go, just let go. Tonight I'm dancing like just let go, just let go, just let go.
Not trying to be indie, not trying to be cool, just trying to be in this. Tell me, are you too? Can you feel where the wind is? Can you feel it through all of the windows inside this room? 'Cause I wanna touch you, baby, I wanna feel you too. I wanna see the sunrise on your sins, just me and you. Light it up on the run, let's make love tonight. Make it up, fall in love, try.
Hello, hello? Perfect, it's working. Hello, Barcelona. Hello, everybody. Please take your seats, we are starting. Okay, thank you so much for making it today to this amazing venue, to this amazing event, DEXTools Festival, which we've been working so hard for the past 6 months. Thank you. There are a lot of things we planned for you. Please don't miss out on anything. Here on this stage, we're going to have the talks, most knowledgeable speakers coming from all over the world to share with you their experience, knowledge, ideas. Be here. Around you, you have amazing startups from South Korea presenting wonderful products. This is the future. Go talk to them, please. They have a lot of things to share with you. On the first floor, where you're going to see like a golden room, everything is so posh. There are going to be a lot of things happening as well. We're going to start meditation sessions in just half an hour from now. So when you are too, I know, on adrenaline and you need to a little bit slow the pace, Go there. Every session is like 20 minutes, and you're going to be reborn. Also, in the room after, you're going to have workshops on many things. You can check the agenda, but a lot of this on DEXTools, on trading, so you can really learn a lot. Then, on the back door, which is a DEXTools, Dext Agora, look for the arrows. You're gonna see the crypto movies, the documentaries about blockchain, about money, amazing movies. So again, get some popcorn and just chill. And there as well, there are gonna be presentations of these companies from here, from 1 to 2. And later from 3 p.m. after lunch, you can go there to experience real metaverse. Everybody can get the glasses and just, you know, get into the future again. Finally, on the ground floor, you always can get your drink. There is going to be the lunch, which is served for you from 2 to 3. And on the small room behind, you're going to find the Dext arcade. So you're going to play all the games you want. There are some PlayStations, arcade games, also some metaverse games. So don't miss out on that. Have some fun on the way and network with your new and old friends. And the big surprise of the night, which is still not open, but you're gonna see it, that's the Dext Temple. We're waiting you there after 7 p.m. for a great party of today. And of course, in lots of areas, you're gonna meet a lot of artists, DJs, who also sometimes working in Web3 and sometimes just the music. So enjoy everything. And now let me introduce you Eric, Javi, and Pablo. Please come on stage. Thanks to whom we can have this event today. Without them, without their vision, and some investment, of course, we will never have this opportunity. Guys, just 2 words from you to the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you for introducing the event. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. We are very excited of bringing you this fantastic today's event. I'm Pablo. I'm one of the partners and CTO of DEXTools. They are my partners, CEO of DEXTools, Javier, marketing officer and partner, Frederic. And we are really, really happy to see you all here today and enjoy together all the knowledge, all the ideas, and the party tonight. Enjoy and learn a lot and make a lot of contacts and meet great people today. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Pablo, for the introduction. We are here sharing with all the community that stayed with us for more than 3 years. Many of you, especially the X-Force guys that are around there, they supported us from the beginning. They gave us feedback. They argued with us when we did things bad, and that is a big part of the successful of our company from the last 3 years. Thanks to that, DEXTools became the first DeFi app in the world, with more than 13 million visits per month. We stayed with that results during all the bear market, and we are now starting to grow again as the market grows with us. This is where this event born from, just a meme from the community, and 3 years later, here we are. This is our way to thank the community and all the partners, friends, and people who supported us these 3 past years. So, thank to all. That's what I have to say.
Bueno, yo voy a hablar en español. El inglés no es lo mío, lo siento. Puedo entenderlo, pero no...
Todo inventado.
Algún día me pondré con ello. Ya lo hablé antes todo. Gracias de nuevo por estar todos aquí. Y nada, que lo paséis muy bien y disfrutéis de un evento diferente. Esperemos que se repita sucesivos años, ¿de acuerdo? Gracias.
Thanks.
I love superheroes. Who loves superheroes? When I was a kid, I would watch on television Batman and Superman and, of course, Wonder Woman with Linda Carter. Who does not love Wonder Woman with Linda Carter? She's awesome. And so that's why I was so excited to see that the marketing for this event, DEXTools Festival, turned us all speakers into superheroes, including me. So exciting. But I'm here to tell you that all of you here in this room and everyone across the world has their own superpowers as users of the internet, as well as all of the decentralized technologies that are merging everywhere across the world. And today, I want to use my time, since I have the honor of kicking off DEXTools Festival, this DeFi Congress, to actually explain to you my interpretation of what is DeFi and Web3, because I think there's a lot of confusion, and also explain some projects I'm directly involved with or friends of mine are across the world, and finally really talk about why we should care about this world. Before I do that, I really want to thank our host, DEXTools, as a platform that's really enabling making it easier to not just do decentralized trading, but building products across the world. To have this explanation today, I want to call upon the superpowers of my three favorite superheroes. I'm a DC Comics fan, so of course it's the holy trinity of superheroes. To use the mind to actually understand Web3 and DeFi, understand the strength of action that we can deploy, and finally, the heart of why we should care. And of course, that means we have to call upon the powers of Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. So we'll begin with the mind, which Batman is so excellent at, figuring things out, getting to the heart of intelligence. What really is DeFi and Web3? I've thought about this a lot because I began my journey into the Bitcoin and blockchain space professionally about 10 years ago. I was a digital technology and IP lawyer in the United States for 21 years and a partner at major law firms, and my clients started calling me about Bitcoin around 2011 and 12. And about 8 years ago, I left my law partnership life to join the Bitcoin industry, joining an ecosystem and becoming CEO of a London-based company, Enchain, and then becoming president of one of the global Bitcoin blockchain associations, which was trying to actually scale Bitcoin to make it useful. Because the BTC network, although it's got a lot of value in it, in terms of money put into it, it's not used for much in terms of data or micropayments. And this is where the journey of understanding DeFi and Web3 begins. It's with blockchain. Bitcoin was the first successful blockchain that emerged in the world, and it was there to solve a specific problem, which is to make payments across the internet, including small payments between me and you, peer-to-peer, anywhere in the world, more efficient, to make it cheaper, less expensive, faster, so that we could actually get rid of all these intermediaries. I need some help with the remote, thank you. So these are the intermediaries we live with today. When you make a credit card payment, the issuer, the merchant acquirer, and they all add delay and, more importantly, cost to the payment system. Bitcoin solved that by actually creating a model where you have a distributed ledger of transactions that's published to the world so that we could all verify it. So it was designed to create a system where I could send to my friend Derek Hugenkamp anywhere in the world a payment instantly for low cost. And because this blockchain, all it really does is timestamp events in history. I send you a Bitcoin payment, but it could timestamp other forms of data. I purchase a vehicle, sell it to you, and record the vehicle title on a ledger that marks in time when that event happens. That opens the door to lots of opportunities. All right, Beth, thank you very much. And so how does this all relate to the world of decentralized finance? Bitcoin obviously was designed to try to create a payment system where we needed fewer of those intermediaries for payments. But the blockchain, because it's a published ledger of events in history that can automate functions, can create a world where we take out those middle people for other forms of financial products. So in a decentralized finance world, you have a sender going through the blockchain to send payments to a receiver without the payment networks, the banks, PayPal, Venmo, whatever you're using in between. But we can take that a step further. You can go a lot further by going to see what other things DeFi can do. And I think I need people to walk away from there because that doesn't work. Thank you. So DeFi takes us a step further where you can use blockchain not just to automate payments, but all other forms of financial services, loans, for example, the ability to exchange stock or other digital assets, commodities, the whole range of digital financial services we live in today. What if you took out the stock exchange in the middle? What if you took out the bank for creating loans and I could lend money to you directly peer-to-peer and you pay me back directly at a lower interest rate than a bank would charge? That is what DeFi is, and it uses the blockchain because you need something to automate this process where you can trust the data and the events in history. But you can take that beyond just financial services to identity, and this is a key aspect of what DeFi and Web3 can deliver. Today's internet lives in a world where we use all these social networks on this side, and every time we go into one of those platforms, you log in with your own identity data that's stored on each platform. And every platform you upload content to, whether it's on Twitter, on Facebook, Instagram. I post a lot about my travels with work across the world, and I have to upload a photo or a video to each different platform. Or imagine a different world where you had your identity data in one central place on a blockchain, managed on a blockchain. And these services actually just interface with your identity, and you don't have to keep entering your ID information again and again. Or you upload your video or file to the blockchain, and all of the social media services are an interface to your content and identity data on a publicly available blockchain. It changes the paradigm and gives you as the user the superpowers of owning, controlling, and monetizing not just your content, but also your identity information, something that's not possible in today's world. And this is why Web 1 moved from the world of very static websites where you as a user were passive. You were an audience member who read a static website, to Web 2, where you became a user that was active. You created content and created what was being seen on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube. But you lacked the ability to control that content if the service disabled your account. To a world of Web 3, where we have decentralized data transactions that are connected through blockchain wallets, where you as a user have more power and control over your data and content. That's what Web 3 is, moving from these different worlds to a world where all of these services interact with your content and your payments through blockchain wallets. And it is more than just about the services I just described. Why this is so exciting is the Web3 world will call upon metaverse, AI, and so many other technology sectors that I'm sure many of you are working on. So now, let's call upon Superman's powers. I was a huge Christopher Reeve Superman movie fan back in the 1980s. And one of the things I always loved is how he got into action with strength. So let me give you examples of a few projects that I'm personally involved in, or some friends of mine are, to show you the strength of this technology in action. You saw on the earlier slide that stablecoins are critical to the DeFi world. Because when you're doing financial services in an automated way, people usually don't want to accept payment in native crypto. Most of the rest of the world want a stable coin. So having a stable coin is very important for this. There's a lot on the market, like Tether, USDC, for example. So I'm chairman of this new company that a friend of mine launched, building stable coins on the BSV blockchain because it's a more scalable version of Bitcoin. And the reason we're doing that is to actually make stable coins used in daily payments. Today, most people buy stable coins to just buy other crypto, or maybe send large payments, but you don't see a lot of daily payments in games at merchants with stable coins. So we're building a change stablecoin suite that actually is for stable coins to be used, for 2-cent payments in a game, to tip people on Twitter if you like their tweet, for example, or now a post. So we launched with our first, which is a US dollar-denominated stablecoin called CGUSD that is available through a platform called One Alpha, based out of Hong Kong, which is an institutional liquidity provider and exchange. So this is more of a wholesale play. We're not really going direct to retail buyers, but the wholesale customers would then distribute to their ecosystems. So stablecoins are very important for this world of financial services that are decentralized. In addition, one of my good friends out of Kenya is the founder and CEO of Bitlipa, which started as a cryptocurrency exchange and wallet, but he's moving it to be more of a B2B institutional connector for financial services in this digital world, with basically connecting everything through one API. One of the things he does is facilitate cross-border remittance and payments more efficiently, which can cost 8 to 10% of the amount someone sends through normal services. But by using stable coins and some automated functions, he reduces that significantly. But a big thing DeFi services can do is make it easier for SMEs, small, medium enterprises, in the developing and emerging markets access credit and capital. Most small businesses in those markets do not get money from banks on loans or credit facilities. It makes it very hard for them to start a business or grow a business. And that is because of the high risk in those markets. So what he's done is decided to create a system where people can invest, from institutional investors or you in the public, using stable coins into a DeFi liquidity pool, which will be then used to offer loans or credit to SMEs, which banks will not do. And they can automate the process of repaying the loans through smart contracts on blockchain. This is an excellent example of how blockchain can reduce the intermediaries with the world and eliminate banks and provide a service that they're not providing to SMEs. Another company that I'm involved with is doing that called InvoiceMate, which is based out of Dubai, started by my friend Mohammed Salman Anjum. I'm chairman of this company as well. And what it started is as an invoice management platform using blockchain to track the journey of invoices more efficiently. However, its really new key business model is creating a bridge between two halves, SMEs who need capital and banks who traditionally did not used to want to issue what are called invoice financing or factoring, where they issue loans to an SME on the amount of invoices that have not yet been paid, which is an asset to the company, but banks in these regions don't want to do it. It happens in the US a lot because of the high risk and diligence process. Because our blockchain product with some AI makes it less risky to issue loans against those invoices, we've convinced now about 10 banks in Pakistan and the UAE to offer money into credit pools that issue loans to SMEs organized by those partners on that side to create a marketplace where invoice financing can give cash to SMEs faster using the power of blockchain. This is how financial services can be really disrupted and improved. We're also looking in the future to make this more Web3 by creating a crowdsourced liquidity pool similar to Bitlipa, where you can all contribute small amounts of money into a liquidity pool, probably using stable coins, and then we can tokenize and fractionalize one invoice, break it up into many, so you as an individual could lend money on only a portion of an invoice, which again requires Web3 and blockchain technology. Now, Mohammed's son is taking this to the next generation. He is one of the most brightest young men I have met. He's 19 years old now and has already launched his own company called Deciverse to help use NFT and Web3 technology to preserve Desi culture. Take a look at it. It's really cool, and here, I need audio on this, please, back in the back. It's audio, thank you. And so the company allows gamers to create like NFT assets that are using Desi culture and allow them to be used and accessed by multiple games across the world. It's also creating a DAO so that people can buy the tokens and vote about the use of the funds to improve all of these game and NFT technologies. And I'm going to say to the AV people, I need to make sure audio is on for the end, so thank you very much. So this is just a really good example of a young entrepreneur trying to take advantage of these great powers of Web3. So finally, let me go to Wonder Woman, who's obviously one of my super favorites, and talk to you about why this all matters, especially for places that you may not think about. And I think even though in the developed countries, like the US, UK, we are looking at all this for an investment perspective, my heart goes to the developing and emerging markets, where 1 billion people across the world have no records of their identity, and 1.7 billion are unbanked, do not have bank accounts and access to financial services, and 3.7 billion do not have sufficient connectivity to the internet to be able to use all these apps and things we talk about. And this is where DeFi and Web3 can really play a role in improving things. One, because you can manage people's identity more easily on blockchain. You can create accessibility to financial services with just a smartphone or even a feature phone and not bank accounts. You can lower the cost of engaging in remittance, lending, and other financial services. And most importantly, as you've seen from two of the examples I discussed today, you can provide new forms of liquidity pools to people who need it the most. That's something the traditional financial service providers are not doing. And that's why you see records like this and statistics which show that the amount of DeFi loans originating across the world, it's not a huge amount in actual dollar terms today, but they concentrate in the developing and emerging markets such as India, Indonesia, Mexico, Panama, Peru, and a bit in my native country of Vietnam. And so that is why, in addition to my work across the world in the most developed markets, such as Nigeria, Pakistan, and Vietnam, I am continuing this journey where I spend some of my time in these places because I have relationships to try and grow usage of all of these technologies. I alone can't fix everything, but I'm trying to use my platform and resources to help in these areas. Can you check the audio on that? Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So as I get to the end of my time here, I want to end by talking about my journey out of Vietnam. And I usually often talk about my father, but this time I'm going to mention my mother. So I'm the youngest of 4 children born in Vietnam to 2 parents who had to flee Vietnam the night before Saigon fell in April of 1975. That's my family in Vietnam. And we were resettled into the United States in Southern California where I grew up. So a lot of the opportunities I have are because I had education and career platforms in the developed world that led me to become a lawyer, president of a global blockchain, and now leading many business initiatives across the world myself. I believe it's important that we use the work we do, the power of DeFi, Web3, whatever technology interests you, to empower the potential of all. That's why my new business is called New Win Global. It's a play on my last name, Win, which no one can pronounce in the US, so it's Win. And I have basically created an alliance network of businesses across the world, some of which you see here, including my friend Derek Hugenkamp from Yala Limited, to help empower services and products across the world to do this. I do it in the developing regions, such as in Nigeria with this team, Pakistan with my friend Arzish, and Asia with my friend Liz Lee from China. And just a couple of weeks ago, I led a delegation of companies, my Justice League, to the Digital Nigeria conference run by the government of Nigeria in Abuja to develop business opportunities for deployment of a lot of these technologies. I ask you to think about doing the same, about how you can use your own superpowers of mind, strength, and heart. And you don't have to be Batman, Superman, or Wonder Woman, but you can be your own hero. Mine is my mother, who just turned 86 last October, so she now loves puzzle books, as you can see in this picture. She's my hero. And I will leave you with this story. When my family left, they took currency, Vietnamese dong notes, that of course became worthless overnight. They lost all their property, their other assets. But my mother used her superpower of being shrewd, which is she had been converting money into gold, little gold units. Instead of carrying it in a bag that she had leaving Vietnam, she wrapped it in a towel and put it underneath her shirt. And she never took it off across the entire journey. And after living in the United States in a 2-bedroom apartment, our whole family, one day my mom went to the landlord and said, "We're moving out because we bought a house." And the landlord didn't believe her because he was a bit racist and thought, how could you poor Asian immigrants afford a house in Southern California already? And she was able to do that because she sold that gold that she brought out of the country so smartly. I wish for a world where we use our superpowers so that mothers or your children don't have to have that foresight, where she could have accessed and retained the value of her assets anywhere in the world with a simple digital wallet, that you don't have to rely on your children to not be able to know whether their assets are going to be there one day or the next. And so that's a really big vision of the world that I want to see. It's a vision of a world of win. It's a world where innovation and inspiration, technology and heart can actually empower people can enable all of us to engage across a global footprint. It's a world of win where we can actually trade, interface, engage peer-to-peer, linked and connected. It's a world of win where there are new methods and ways to actually compute, to communicate, to engage with each other across a global network. So there are new ways to communicate in this world, new methods to compute, new ways to engage across a global network, to unleash the powers of blockchain with its distributed ledger events organized into blocks connected across time. There are, in this world, new ways to win with how you own, control, and monetize your data. And with that, I'm going to end by asking you to all, you'll go use your superpowers to create wins for yourself.
Good afternoon, Barcelona. I hope you guys are having an amazing day. This venue is absolutely stunning. I'm YL, and I have the honor of hosting today's discussion on real DeFi use cases and trends. While I don't claim to be an expert, I'm extremely passionate about the transformation of traditional financial products and an avid DeFi user. My role in today's discussion is to extract as much knowledge from our amazing panelists, Brad, Matteo, and Laura, on real DeFi use cases and unlocking the full potential of DeFi. So without further ado, let's dive into the world of decentralized finance, and let's meet our panelists. We'll start with Brad.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brad Yassar. I am the CEO of a neobank called Equify. And we wanted to be the proof that a financial institution that's regulated can actually be in DeFi and provide decentralized financial services and products. And we launched the platform 2 years ago, and the proof is in the pudding. So it's been an incredible journey, actually having a dream and having a vision about how to decentralize a very established traditional model like banking and coming to where we are today.
Hi all, I'm Matteo, the head of business development at Flux Finance. We're the first Algorand protocol for TVL. We aggregate more than 90 million on our platform. We started as a lending platform in 2022, and now we are trying also to expand the cross-chain with the help of Chainlink and Wormhole.
Hi, nice to meet you.
This is not working. No.
Hi, my name is Laura. I am originally from Spain, from the Basque Country, and I am the marketing and communications lead at Restake. We're part of the Lian Group, which is a big venture studio based in Switzerland, in Geneva. And my background is in political economy and mass media science. So yeah, looking forward to the discussion and see what challenges and use cases DeFi has to offer.
Awesome. We have a diverse group of experts, and we're going to get their unique perspective on unlocking DeFi's full potential. So DeFi has evolved. DeFi has evolved into a vibrant ecosystem with numerous real-world applications, and we're going to jump into the most notable ones. So DeFi has revolutionized how lending and borrowing works with individuals all across the globe that could lend and borrow digital assets without an intermediary. So how do you envision the collaboration between both decentralized and centralized financial systems? I'll ask you, Brad.
All right. Well, the centralized systems are there. They are established, and they represent the most liquidity in the world right now. So imagining a DeFi world or a transition into a fully decentralized financial future without including them is very difficult. So where we see the crossroads, the intersection is bringing those existing models, but making them more inclusive and democratizing access. The reason why a lot of people are cut out of the traditional financial systems, whether it be banking or loans or cards, is the cost. If the individual or the entity doesn't bring enough value to the institution providing those services, then they are excluded by default because it doesn't fit in their business model. Where the technology helps change that and democratize access is it removes the intermediary costs, the middleman, the bank branches. Like Jimmy said, if you don't have to create a bank, but you can create a lending platform on a mobile device, now you eliminated all the real estate costs, you eliminated all the salaries of the people who need to maintain and run those offices. And so that allows more people to access the existing liquidity pools and existing products and services. So it's not so much that the old traditional system is out of it, it's more we generate more ways to interact with it because the liquidity is there. As you saw from one of the comparisons on the screen from the previous presentation, the traditional TradFi volumes were in billions, and the DeFi volumes of loans were in millions. I mean, that's a factor of 1,000 difference. So what we try to do with Equify is bring the two worlds together and allow the traditional people who may not be tech savvy to interact with people who need those loans, the microloans, the peer-to-peer loans, in a technology platform that is suitable and usable by both.
Awesome. And if we pivot to decentralized exchanges versus centralized exchanges, we've seen a huge adoption and advancement in DEXs, which are decentralized exchanges. But centralized exchanges are just more convenient, they're more user-friendly, and most of them have great off and on ramps. Do you think that decentralized exchanges will ever make centralized exchanges obsolete? What are the hurdles these DEXs are facing? Do you want to fill that up, Matteo?
The difference between centralized exchange and decentralized exchange right now is reducing more and more. We've seen various improvements under the UX side and on liquidity side, but there's still this gap of like liquidity and the value creation that decentralized exchange have to fill up. And we've seen many improvements also in the derivative side where checks have been dominating for the last years. We saw GMX and other providers giving us an example of what the DeFi is capable of. And I think that this gap will fill up more and more. As in Fox Finance, we're trying to fill this gap by offering the best user experience for our customers, for our users more than customers, because we see them as users of something greater than just a platform like others that Fox Finance is not, because we're trying to offer a complete suite of products, and now we're trying to get cross-chain to offer the best experience for the users and to try to fill this gap from centralized to decentralized platforms.
Amazing. And Laura, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, sure. So what I see is that the user experience, as Matteo was saying, is paramount, and this is what's going to differentiate a good and like a superior product. So if you have a really good user experience, that's what's going to draw the user to your platform, and that's where like success have been on top for quite a long time. But then other financial instruments are starting to realize this just now. So.
Awesome. And Brad, I want to give you a chance to add anything because you are representing Equify, and that's what you guys do, right?
We're not an exchange, but we do have a built-in automated, a decentralized module to go from different assets. And I think the automated market making is the biggest improvement. With centralized exchanges, you still have order books. And you need to work with those order books, which requires market makers, which then is another barrier to entry for a lot of projects. Whereas with decentralized exchanges, the liquidity comes from the users, and there's a mechanism that creates the markets, the movements, the buy and sell orders, which is the biggest innovation since Uniswap launched. And it's very exciting to see that we can have a market. If you think about the history of exchanges, think of the people with papers in their hands trying to fill orders in a huge room like this. From that to now being able to automate that with programming and smart contracts, I think that has opened it up to billions more people, and that's very exciting.
Amazing. I love the insight. So while I have the experts on stage, I do also want to touch on yield farming and liquidity providing, which have been extremely popular ways for users to earn passive income in the DeFi world. Can you provide your perspective on the future trajectory, and how does TradFi, traditional financial products, how can they compete with the lucrative APYs that DeFi offers?
Well, we do have a yield product on our platform, and the most important thing in those type of yield farming products is understanding where the yield is coming from. Like, I know where my yield is coming from. When we had the collapse of UST with Terra, when they were paying 17%, I did not understand where that yield was coming from, like how it's generated. So I think if you want to put it in a competitive perspective, the TradFi platforms compete because they don't disclose where it's coming from. Traditionally, when you go to your bank and they say you earn 8% on this deposit, you don't ask them, where's that 8% coming from? That's both an advantage and a disadvantage, because if you don't know where it's coming from, but you trust the bank, they get more investment, more money in. If bank collapses or does something that you don't approve with it, you don't know how they're using your money. So DeFi allows more transparency if the founders are willing to give it, to show people this is what I'm doing. Like, I'm doing something positive for the world, or this is how I'm generating the yield. Like, we generate our yield from liquidity pool fees. So as long as there are trades happening, there's a return. When I put my money in, Bank of America, I don't know where that interest is coming from. They just say, Brad, we're paying you 4%, and I say, okay, 4%. They may be putting that money into arms manufacturing, supporting wars, supporting military industrial complex. I don't know any of that. Maybe I don't want to support those things. So that's the advantage and disadvantage of both systems.
Okay. And do you want to comment anything coming from Folks Finance on the future growth of users and the TVL in general? I see you guys have a pretty impressive TVL at Folks Finance. So.
Yeah, thank you, because we made a lot of improvements in our user experience, in the onboarding of new users, by not giving them just yield farming, because yield farming can be think like an incentive program for users to get on board in your platform and get an eye yield on their deposits. But we are doing something different because we have also, aside from like the grants we get from Algorand Foundation, we have a particular system of incentives that can incentivize users in taking borrows. So we only boost the usage, real usage of our platform. We don't boost just depositing and go away. That is a pretty bad thing to do for having a sticked liquidity, to have something that can be there and stay there. So we incentivize only the usage, the real usage of the platform that everyone can benefit from. So that's why Fox Finance is growing, and that's where we're going to go in the coming years.
Yeah.
Amazing. So I have a question for you, Laura. Depending where you're looking, you might see 50 to 70 billion TVL for, which is total value locked for all DeFi protocols. And we had a previous all-time high of about 177 billion. Do you think we will reach and break previous all-time highs? What's stopping us? What does the macro outlook need, and like what's missing for us to get back to previous all-time highs?
Right, so at the macro level, what we can see is, and I'm going to open a box, the box of regulation. And so one of the reasons that we have been held back is because of regulatory issues. We keep seeing that in the United States, for example, innovation is being halted because most companies are regulated in a way that is a regulation by enforcement. So they're not banned straight away. But what they are is forbidden to do certain things or certain activities, and as a response to that, we see a really big flow of companies that are going sideways. They go to Asia, they go to Southeast Asia, they go to the British Virgin Islands, or regulatory regimes which are much more optimal for their activities. And as a response to this, we are playing cat and mouse, like chasing, instead of having a regulatory regime that is more comprehensive, more open towards innovation, and is helping companies actually thrive, because this also builds the wealth of the different nations, right? So we see one of the latest pieces of regulation, the MiCA, happening in Europe, and now different nations are trying to follow up with this. We're trying to make it more comprehensive and more complete. But I think that in principle, what you need to have is a different approach, with governments not being too heavy-handed in order to foster more innovation. So as a response to you, that's what's halting us.
Okay, awesome. And you mentioned the R word, so I'm going to build on that. Regulations and regulatories. So what are some of the challenges of maintaining regulatory compliance while ensuring privacy and security? Can you adhere to regulatory requirements while maintaining privacy for users?
Yes, so you can. The problem is that, in my view, decentralized finance is a response to a trust crisis that has been happening over generations in the world, right? So as Brad was mentioning earlier, we are eliminating the middleman. We don't have a bank that we trust anymore. We don't have a person who's gathering our data, which is what big data companies have been doing until now. So now, as a response to that, we do have banks that have KYC. We're seeing what the workaround around KYC is, and so the problem around digital identity is one that is being worked on, as we can see with the example of WorldCoin, which was really controversial and didn't happen to be the right way to solve it with biometric data.
Amazing. And Brad or Matteo, would any of you guys like to comment on some of the largest regulatory hurdles that we are facing?
Well, we are a licensed and regulated bank.
Okay.
So I am all for regulation when it actually helps people build new technologies, build new business models, and be able to do it on a global scale. Because without regulation, there's always those who are going to step one step too far into the boundaries. I mean, if you look at all of the hacks that happen in crypto, in DeFi, it was because of anonymity, because people thought we won't get, caught. And as soon as they get caught, they return the money. I mean, we have several examples of this. And of course, they go to jail, and it's unfortunate they give the whole industry a bad name. But there needs to be regulation so everyone understands the framework within which you can do certain things. It's human nature to push the boundaries. So we just need to do it in a sensible way that supports innovation. You don't want regulation by enforcement like, we see in US. That's not a good model, because then people don't want to innovate because they don't want to have enforcement action against them. You want regulation that supports innovation. And so the biggest hurdle is, how do you regulate but also allow for innovation? And this is a question that's still being answered by different governments globally. Everyone has a different approach. I was talking to some of my friends from Korea, and they were saying there's new security token laws coming in Korea, and they've been working on it for 4 years. So, excited to see what comes out of there. Obviously, United States being the largest market for these products and services, we're following that really closely to understand if there's going to be real meaningful dialogue between industry players and the regulators to get that there. But I think we need the biggest hurdle that I see is.
Do you think we'll ever see trust after the huge Luna and USD crash? Will algorithmic stablecoins have a future in DeFi?
Algorithmic stablecoins are pretty huge topic to cover because they are very complex, can be very complex. But the thing is, what we've seen for Luna and the Terra situation is that there wasn't the right amount of liquidity backing the system, backing the conversion to other currencies. We've seen with the curve pool, the tree pool. And this is the huge problem of algorithmic stablecoins. The liquidity behind this kind of currencies. We had $20 billion or something like that currency pegged to another, the US dollar with $500 million of liquidity and a sort of centralized backing of Bitcoin and some other currencies. So the problem was there, and no one was paying attention because the assets were just growing in value. Luna was skyrocketing at more than $140. So no one cared until it was too late. So one of the problems is that, and we've seen a shift in this period with Frax, the algorithmic stablecoin, the originally algorithmic in part stablecoins of Frax Finance that went from partly algorithmic to fully collateralized in, I think, a few weeks, because they are running this new upgrade that will change how Frax is working. So I think that this is the example of us acknowledging that algorithmic stablecoins can be beneficial, but also a huge pain for the DeFi if not developed well.
Thank you, Matteo. So we could talk about DeFi all day long, but we are coming to an end. So I do want to ask each of the panelists one question, and that is, in what ways is DEXTools poised to make a positive impact on the future of DeFi? And we could start with you, Laura.
Sure. So following up on your previous question, talking about trust, I think trust is a really big element and is the most important element in order to make business with anyone, right? Like trust has been the basis for everything. And you see Terra Luna collapse, you see Sam Bankman-Fried, and all these different cases that give the industry a really bad name, but that's not really the full potential now, is it? So what I see is that like platforms like DEXTools, they help bolster that image of the whole industry and what's positive, what's possible as a whole. So I would say so far, what I've experienced with DEXTools has been really positive, and a really tight-knit community as well.
Beautiful.
I think that Dext tool is an important tool. I still use it to this day. For traders, like if you have to go for charting on certain coins on the DeFi, is one of the best platforms out there. And another thing that I want to briefly touch is that DEXTools adopts a very friendly due diligence approach. So they try to give the more information as possible on the contract side, on how much liquidity is there. So this is very important for our due diligence and to be aware of the risk of DeFi.
And Brad?
Well, I've been using DEXTools since before their token upgrade, almost from day one. And the first thing we did when we launched our token was to make sure our DEXTools score was up, because we're visual creatures. You know, no one is like Neo from Matrix. You don't look at the blockchain and see what you want to see and get the insights. Maybe some people do, but most of us, we want to see some visuals, and we want community feedback on things. So you may know something I don't, and if we're doing the same trade and I have your information through your vote or through your comments, that helps a lot with my decisions. So DEXTools is a great platform and continues to evolve into something that really provides intrinsic value to the market and individual assets on it. So, I mean, what else do you want to do?
Thank you, Brad. That was amazing. So, ladies and gentlemen, our discussion on DeFi's full potential is coming to an end. But that doesn't mean that your journey into DeFi has to end here either. I want to first thank our amazing panelists, and I want to extend a thank you to all the audience as well. And make sure to catch up with our panelists and mingle with the rest of the festival goers. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We will make this fireside chat now in completely in Spanish, because the founders are from Spain, so yeah, we will be in Spanish. If you have any questions, you can ask afterwards anyway. So, muy buenas tardes a todos y sean bienvenidos a este encuentro íntimo junto al fuego que se llevará completamente en castellano. Pues no tenemos fuego aquí, pero tenemos el honor de contar con los pioneros de DEXTools, que sean bienvenidos Frederic Fernández y Javier Palomino.
Gracias.
Pues en el día de hoy nos adentraremos a las profundidades de las finanzas descentralizadas y exploraremos las capacidades de esta herramienta tan imprescindible que han fundado estos dos señores aquí, Frederic y Javi. Y bueno, Fred, Javi, ¿cómo se encuentran en este día tan especial, en este festival?
Desbordado, diría yo. O sea, impresionante.
Muy bien. Viviendo el momento.
Eso es.
Muy bien.
Yo he sudado, que he estado, porque para que no lo sepa, hay mesas de ping-pong y de billar, bueno, perdón, futbolín ahí fuera y interesante.
Muy bien, pues empecemos con lo básico. Cuéntenos, ¿cuál fue la visión original de crear a DEXTools? ¿Quién quiere empezar?
Pues fue algo muy personal. Es decir, yo entré en el mundo de las cripto allá por el año 2017, a finales aproximadamente, que hubo el anterior ciclo, bueno, anterior ciclo, y digamos que entré en un momento en el que el precio de las cripto estaba ya bastante alto, entonces me comí toda la bajada. Y bueno, yo como tengo vocación de desarrollador de toda la vida, pues empecé a automatizar una serie pues, de algoritmos. Yo junto con otras 4 personas más, porque éramos un grupo de 4 en el cual conocía a Eric y otros 2 chicos más, que ahora uno de ellos también está dentro de DEXTools. Una herramienta para nosotros, la cual cuando creímos necesario dijimos, oye, ¿qué pasa si esto lo sacamos a todo el mundo que tenga utilidad? Y bueno, lo sacamos en el momento en que Uniswap estaba naciendo, o sea, cogimos lo que es la cresta de la ola y no había otra herramienta parecida, entonces digamos que nos comimos todo el mercado. ¿De acuerdo? Entonces, empezó como algo personal, pero después se abrió a todo el público.
Totalmente, concuerdo, y yo diría que parte de la visión también fue un poco ayudar a la gente. Nosotros veíamos que nosotros tuvimos que hacer un proceso muy grande de aprendizaje y de adaptación, sobre todo, como dice Javier, porque el mercado estaba muy bajista en aquel momento, pues lo que hemos vivido prácticamente este último año es muy similar. Entonces veíamos que la gente pues necesitaba ese apoyo, esas herramientas que nosotros ya teníamos para nosotros, y pues la idea que tuvimos obviamente es servírselas y hacerlas públicas para que cualquiera pudiera seguir los mercados, sobre todo estos mercados DeFi que estaban muy emergentes en aquel momento, y pudieran mejorar pues, los resultados haciendo trading.
Perfecto. ¿Y cómo se ha evolucionado esta visión original desde el inicio hasta el día de hoy?
Pues mira, te puedo decir que al principio nosotros no estábamos enfocados directamente en Uniswap, ¿vale? en protocolos descentralizados. Nuestro inicio fue a través de digamos, el primer Dext famoso que había descentralizado, que era IDEX, ¿vale? De hecho, inicialmente las herramientas se llamaban DEXTools, no DEXTools, DEXTools. Lo que pasa que, bueno, con el boom de Uniswap, la gente, nuestra comunidad, nos dijeron, oye, si tenéis algo parecido para Uniswap, nos sería muy útil. Y bueno, investigando los del equipo y tal, dijimos, oye, podemos hacer algo muy sencillo, entre comillas, y muy usable para la gente, vamos a desarrollarlo, y a cabo de una semana, creo que fue, pues sacamos esa herramienta que no existía para poder seguir la cotización de los activos en tiempo real. Y bueno, pues ahí es donde vino el boom de usuarios y todo el desarrollo posterior que tenemos ahora.
Totalmente. Sí que es verdad que el desarrollo, como dice Javier, siempre ha estado muy basado en las tendencias del mercado y lo que nos pide la comunidad. Mucha gente nos pregunta por la roadmap a 2 años. En nuestro negocio eso no existe, amigos. Nosotros tenemos que adaptarnos. Si mañana sale algo que cambia el paradigma del mercado, nosotros tenemos que adaptarnos a ello y no se puede prevenir. Nos pasó, por ejemplo, cuando subieron muchísimo las comisiones de Ethereum en 2021, cuando hubo el bull market. De repente toda la actividad de trading se fue a Binance Chain, a otra cadena. ¿Por qué? Porque las comisiones en esa cadena eran muchísimo más baratas. Y salió PancakeSwap, salieron un montón de exchanges, copias de lo que ya había en Ethereum, pero muchísimo más eficientes para el usuario que salía. Nosotros jamás pensamos que podía haber otra red que desbancara Ethereum en la actividad. Pues pasó y nos tuvimos que adaptar con mucho coste, mucho trabajo, pero al final, bueno, lo conseguimos. Después de Binance vinieron muchas otras, Polygon, Arbitrum, hasta 81 blockchains que tenemos ahora y más de 2.000 DEXs. Entonces, de una red salieron muchas y nosotros vamos a seguir adaptándonos a esa tendencia o a cualquier tipo de cambio que haya en el mercado. Como dice siempre Javier, es un producto vivo.
Sí. Tienen que estar hartos la gente de DEXTools de escucharme esa frase de DEXTools es una web app viva. Lo que hemos pronosticado la semana pasada, a lo mejor para mañana ya no vale.
Sí, pues realmente habéis hecho una gran cosa y me acuerdo desde que me uní que habéis hecho tanto, habéis desarrollado tanto en este tiempo que...
Sí, perdemos la noción del tiempo de todo lo que hacemos.
Ha sido mucho, sí. Pues, ¿podéis darnos un adelanto lo que está por venir en la hoja de ruta de DEXTools?
A ver, sí que podemos hablar un poco a corto plazo. Justo esta semana hemos sacado varias herramientas nuevas muy interesantes. El área de usuario, el DSScan. El área de usuario pues es una herramienta que te permite ver tu portafolio en DeFi, tus alertas de precios y todo aquello que puedes tú ver desde DEXTools, pero de una manera más centralizada y más cómoda para el usuario. El DSScan, pues si quieres tú comentarlo, Javi, que es tu...
Sí, nosotros tenemos las métricas internas y hemos analizado de que, aquí todo el mundo conocerá los Block Explorer, Interscan, BSCScan, Polygon Scan. Desde DEXTools llegamos a mandar un porcentaje de tráfico a estos dominios muy alto. Hemos analizado que entre el 30 y el 60% de las visitas que tienen, depende del mes, ¿vale? Está bajado, son desde DEXTools. Entonces, hemos pensado desde dentro que no vamos a dejar de enviarlos porque creemos que son herramientas muy completas y necesarias, pero la primera visualización y la primera analítica por parte del trader, ¿por qué no dejarlo dentro de DEXTools? Facilitarle una UX muy sencilla y que sea amigable y, bueno, que se quede dentro de DEXTools, por lo menos al trader, no el profesional, digamos, el de andar por casa, ¿de acuerdo? Entonces, el DSSCAN va orientado a este perfil de usuarios. Lo hemos sacado la semana pasada, está todavía en fase beta, hay que optimizarlo bastante, pero ha tenido muy buena acogida. Sí. Y bueno, hay otra muy importante que quiero que comente.
Sí, a
Eric.
ver, un poco... Esto viene también un poco al caso de lo de antes, de lo que es la visión del proyecto. También nos hemos enfocado muchísimo y una gran parte muy importante del proyecto es en ayudar a la gente a evitar scams. Estamos en mercados descentralizados, como sabéis, cualquiera puede lanzar un token en cualquier momento con cualquier nombre. Un 90 y pico % alto de todos los tokens que se lanzan son estafas o proyectos de muy corta duración y, por tanto, nosotros sobre todo queremos filtrar esas estafas que son directamente, digamos, rampantes, que te van directamente a robar, lo que puede ser un honeypot, lo que puede ser un tokens con función de blacklist. Hemos integrado diversos auditores externos que te permiten ver los smart contracts, pero vemos que eso es una herramienta muy limitada y que siempre, digamos, los que hacen estos scams se están adaptando a lo que nosotros sacamos. De tal manera que lo único que hemos discurrido que podemos hacer es directamente crear nosotros un creador de tokens, de tal manera que cualquier proyecto que quiera crear un token serio de verdad lo pueda hacer directamente con nosotros. Nosotros lo vamos a marcar en nuestra aplicación para que la gente sepa que ese token está hecho con nuestro creador de DEXTools y, por tanto, es totalmente seguro. Y, asimismo, los proyectos que quieran crear un token y decir, yo soy un proyecto legal, quiero de alguna manera poder visibilizar eso de cara a la comunidad para que inviertan en mí y sepan que yo voy de verdad a cuidar su inversión y no soy una estafa. Entonces, digamos que tenemos esas dos patas de la mesa que yo creo que van a ayudar mucho a lo que es el usuario final a identificar qué proyectos son buenos y qué proyectos son malos, acompañándolo con todas las otras herramientas que ya tenemos.
Vale, perfecto. Pues hablemos de innovación. ¿Cuál es la próxima gran cosa, decimos, para DEXTools? ¿Podéis decir algo?
Sí, bueno, aparte de lo que hemos comentado ya, yo creo que quizás el Coin Dext puede ser lo más...
Sí, a ver, hemos analizado el mercado. Es un mercado que ahora mismo tiene una cantidad de usuarios limitada, ¿vale? Bueno, tiene un potencial enorme, porque eso todavía somos muy pocas personas los que accedemos a este tipo de ecosistemas. Pero es un mercado que dentro del mundo cripto es bastante limitado. Entonces, sin dejar de lado, lógicamente, el DeFi, también vamos a poner un poco el punto de mira en los DEXs. Queremos intentar competir de tú a tú con CoinMarketCap y CoinGecko, que son los dos grandes actores en el mundo de las cripto, donde la gente va a consultar tanto las cripto como estadísticas. Digamos que son los dos portales más importantes que hay. Entonces, nuestra idea es lanzar algo parecido, pero con toda la base de datos que tiene DEXTools detrás, que es inmensa. Son teras y teras de información que esperamos, de alguna manera, convertir y converger y sacar estadísticas de todo ello. O sea, una serie de listados, de métricas que podemos dar al usuario que ellos, en principio, nosotros pensamos que no pueden hacer, aunque yo creo que también tenderán a buscarlo. Pero bueno, digamos que una de las principales herramientas que vamos a sacar se llama CoinDext. Mes, 2 meses, tampoco sé decir exactamente el deadline. Aunque bueno, esto, como Eric sabrá, se va postergando en el tiempo. Sí, no, para mañana no, a lo mejor para pasado, o dentro de 2 meses. Entonces, digamos que es la herramienta principal que queremos sacar junto con el Token Creator ahora en fechas venideras.
Está bastante chula, la información que damos es más básica que lo que damos en DEXTools, pero también nos enfocamos en redes sociales, tenemos un calendario.
Sí, también.
Y muchas cositas pues, que nos ha ido pidiendo la comunidad durante estos años y las podemos poner ahí.
Vale. Pues perfecto. Pues cambiando el tema, sabemos que la comunidad es una de las cosas más importantes para DEXTools. ¿Cómo mantiene DEXTools el equilibrio de ser una plataforma para los, decimos, recién llegados y al mismo tiempo ser accesible o hacer herramientas para profesionales, para los traders más avanzados?
Bueno, sí que es verdad que es un balance difícil. Nosotros somos una herramienta que al estar en DeFi, pues ya somos digamos, una segunda capa dentro de cripto. Y entonces el usuario que normalmente llega a DEXTools ya suele ser un usuario un poquito educado respecto a lo que se puede encontrar en este ecosistema. Para eso, pues, a ver, lo que intentamos hacer es que el free tier de DEXTools sea muy completo, que lo es, que el usuario pueda encontrar las herramientas que necesita de manera fácil. Respecto a eso, pues tenemos también DEXTools Academy apoyando, que es nuestra parte educativa, en la que tenemos un blog, tenemos un canal de YouTube, en la que Julia es protagonista, y con Well.
Seguro que suena su canal.
y con eso intentamos dar ese servicio un poco educativo para que la gente que entra por primera vez a DEXTools no se sienta agobiado y pueda ver y leer un poco todas las funcionalidades que tenemos, aprender, sobre todo la parte que mencioné antes de cómo evitar scams. Nosotros somos muy conscientes de que el usuario que entra le pueden estafar muy fácilmente, entonces lo principal que queremos es evitar eso, porque evidentemente un usuario que pierde dinero es un usuario que se va. Normalmente el que se arruina no vuelve a cripto o es un usuario que le cuesta volver a engancharse. Por eso lo primero para hacer que la gente gane dinero es hacer que no lo pierdan. Y ahí es donde ponemos mucho el foco en la parte educativa, y yo creo que es algo que vamos a seguir mejorando en el futuro.
Y yo no olvidaría que hemos sacado también recientemente el challenge y el simulador de trading.
Una parte muy importante, sí. Bueno, hemos sacado un simulador de trading que yo creo que es único ahora mismo en DeFi, que es básicamente pues un DEXTools pero con dinero ficticio, de tal manera que tú puedes entrar y sin arriesgar tu dinero puedes hacer trading, puedes ver si ganas, si pierdes, si pierdes todo te damos más del dinero ficticio, y además participas en unos rankings en los cuales puedes ganar premios de cuando en cuando. Entonces, yo creo que eso es una parte muy importante de cara al usuario nuevo también, que pueda probar, que pueda estar un mes tradeando con dinero ficticio, de tal manera que cuando él ya se sienta confiado y cuando sienta que controla tanto de trading como la herramienta en sí, pueda saltar, hacerlo con dinero real y empezar ya a ver y a ganar con datos reales, todo, siempre con datos reales, que eso es la parte importante.
Vale, maravilloso. Pues nos encantaría escuchar mucho más de vosotros, pero ya hemos llegado al final de nuestro tiempo. Totalmente. Y bueno, Javi, Fred, ha sido un placer hablar con vosotros y bueno,
sí.
ya estamos
ahí estaremos para cualquier pregunta que necesitéis, estamos por ahí. Así que muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Places already. Oh, you can sit there too, it's fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah. ¿Qué hago con
Yeah.
esto? ¿Lo dejo por aquí?
Microphones works. Hello, Barcelona. So let's talk about DeFi again, and thank you for the previous programs about DeFi. It was really nice to hear so many different views. And now we're going to continue the same theme. What does it take for DeFi to go mainstream is the topic we're going to cover. And here we have our wonderful panelists. And maybe we can just start with a short introduction and who you are and what you do, please.
My name is Alex Lopez. I'm CTO at Botun. And we're a company that we are trying to bring Web2 developers to the Web3 ecosystem with technical tools, of course. And well, the company was founded in 2018. And we are very happy with the ecosystem, the Web3 ecosystem that is going to come in the next months, we expect.
So everybody who's been working with DeFi since 17, that's an OG in this space. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Frederick, please.
Yeah, I was introduced before, but yeah, I am CMO and co-founder of DEXTools. DEXTools, well, it's an app that tries to give the traders the tools that they need to avoid the scams and follow the trends on the markets and help them with the daily trading. It was founded in 2020. We are around 13 million visitors per month. Yeah, more or less, that's all.
Thank you. It's always good to talk about your business several times.
Yeah.
And Fiona, please.
Hi, my name is Fiona Delaney. I'm an entrepreneur from Ireland, and I'm speaking here today on behalf of C-Blocks, which is a European Commission project supporting the advancement of open standards to support the industry. So I work a lot in supply chain and in DeFi as well.
So you see the legal structures as well, more?
More, I guess, industry standards, interoperabilities across business domains. Could be trade services, front and back end, middle office stuff for DeFi. So yeah, interesting stuff.
Very good, thank you. And David.
Morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
As you said, my name is David. I'm head of DeFi and tokenization at MetaCampus. I come here as a part of MetaCampus, and basically what we do is we are a technological partner to those companies that don't know that much about digital transformation. That means AI, metaverse, and of course blockchain. So what we do, especially in my vertical, is we bring companies that have no idea on DeFi, and we teach them how to use DeFi and the benefit. So that's what we basically do.
Very good. So you have your strong opinions on DeFi, which we're going to hear soon.
Absolutely.
Very good. So my favorite quote from Socrates is, "The beginning of wisdom is the definition of terms." So let's start with the terms first. And what is your personal opinion on DeFi? Why do we need it?
DeFi is the hipster housing of traditional finance. Okay, it's the rebel in the family, no? I think it's here to cutting off the middleman in the financial ecosystem, and allows us to work with smart contracts and so on to take decisions and giving the power to the people.
That's a good ethos. What is your thoughts, Fredrik, on this?
I will say, well, first of all, DeFi for me is freedom. DeFi is an answer, is a response to the tyranny of the banks, to the tyranny of the country.
Thank you. And this side, how do we feel about DeFi as your personal view?
For me, it is, again, I would agree, it's freedom. But I also think as we move into the 21st century and we are increasingly digitally enabled, I think it is the most amazing trade facilitator, globally speaking. And I think it is possibly the best vehicle we have for the future of, I'm going to call it like informed finance or informed business, where you have the choice to invest, support, trade, maybe in green finance, maybe in certain strands that you either have personal or perhaps a regulated interest in. And I think the transparency, immutability, the smart autonomous actions that are enabled by this technology are foundational to what I hope that the future of business will be.
Thank you. David?
Yeah, I don't think there's quite much more to add besides what you guys said. To me, it's new technology that empowers ourselves as, well, the ones of us that are conscious about the importance of our finance and the future that we can have by managing our money, that's for sure. And I think it's a tool that empowers ourselves and gives us freedom. But I think the major benefit for me is like it can help create new products that we have not ever seen before. And we all of a sudden can invest in a super expensive art that is worth valued in $10 million, and by fractionalizing it, you can divide it in like $5,000 each piece, right? Each token. And all of a sudden, it creates a new vehicle. So I think it's much more, from my side, the possibility of having more tools, having more services, and much more tailored to each one of us.
Yes, exactly. The options with DeFi, they're limitless, actually. We don't even know where we're going to end up with this one. This is the first time in the history of mankind we have these options. If you're a farmer in Africa with a mobile phone, you can do DeFi, so that's something we've never seen before. That is fantastic and amazing. So let's go to the main topic then. My question is, what does it take for DeFi to go mainstream? And we could expand on different kind of sectors there, but you are free to go with your pick.
I think we are working on that, no? To bring more developers from Web 2 to Web 3. Today the number of Web 3 developers is still teeny in the overall of the developers. And perhaps to work in blockchain or Web 3 is very complicated. So I think that from our side, we need to bring more developers to this ecosystem.
So more people, devs, for sure.
Yeah.
That's the main engine behind it. That is certain.
Yeah, I could have more people and money to pay that people. We need funds. We need that the companies realize the value of this technology and jump into it. We have some attempts already, some pilots, but not real mainstream products going right now. So we need to expand that and make sure that the people understand this piece. From the big companies to the people itself. We need more apps, more DApps to make the people understand and jump into crypto. And that needs a process also of onboarding. And as from DEXTools, we are checking this way from the centralized markets to DeFi markets. And the usual way is you go to Coinbase, to Binance, you buy your first cryptocurrency, and then you jump to DeFi. We are starting to see the first products in which you don't already need that. You can directly onboard into DeFi, and you don't need to go to centralized exchanges to go to DeFi. With these new fiat ramps, with these new products that allow you directly to buy cryptocurrency without the need of a centralized finance company. So I think these things that we are seeing are the trend in the future.
But how do you think we can find more people? Because obviously it's a problem to find good people in any space. And what about DeFi? Nobody knows about DeFi, or even the Web3 space. It's kind of small if you compare it to the traditional trades. How do you solve that problem, do you think?
Well, the technology always wins. At the end, the cost-effective and all the technologies that are better than the ancient ones are going to be there. After that, also, when people check, it's more about the advantages of DeFi and the disadvantages of the other solutions too. Because, as I talked before, the control of the states, the control of the banks is going worse every day. You need, even, I don't know in other countries, but here in Spain, if you want to retire money from the banks, they ask you why. Why do you need your money? In DeFi, nobody is going to ask you. You can move $1,000 million and nobody is going to ask you. And you know when the other receives it in less than 1 minute. That's a huge advantage for any company or for any person.
So you think the advantages of DeFi will attract those people
Totally,
once?
yes.
Yes.
In terms of use, yes. In terms of developers, the first is, as I mentioned, the money. Because these markets are very attractive, they are going to attract funds, they are going to attract initiatives. Of course, they're going to attract developers because of this too. The markets are very dynamic, very flexible. What I found in terms of developers is there is a peak in what you can pay, and then people is not more attracted for the money. They are attracted by the ideas. You reach a limit you can't convince a person to work for more than amount of money. But you can attract them, hey, we are going to do an app that is going to change the world, or is going to change the lives of thousands of people in a third world country. That is what attracts real and good developers, I think.
That's exactly what I was thinking of and heading for. It's exactly that. You can actually choose your own future. You can't go to a bank and say, let's do this and this. But in DeFi, you can do whatever you like.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Fiona, what do you think?
I kind of agree, but I kind of disagree a little bit, maybe. A little,
That's the idea with the panel.
tension here.
Please.
I think maybe if we look at that powerful aspect of blockchain, or that we can tokenize things, so we're creating value. So I think, where are we going to get all these DApps? Where are we going to get all these developers? They're there working in other industry sectors. For example, my own company, which is called Origin Chain, we work in agri-tech and in farming, and we work with farmers who don't know about blockchain, they don't know about DeFi, and maybe they don't need to know. But what they're starting to do, they're not on-ramping into blockchain, they're on-ramping into big data, AI-driven information about their land, their soil, and they're able to create value out of that new data, and then they're able to tokenize it. So that powerful aspect of tokenizing brings this moniker of DeFi to almost every other aspect of trade or business that we can think of. And with a little time and a little exploration, and we're absolutely in an early adopter phase. The crypto people, we're all in the advanced party. We're living on Mars right now. Everybody else is maybe thinking about going to the moon. And they're probably because of resource wars, or in farming in particular, the pressure of climate change is driving them towards a more digital future, a more connected future, where they need to learn and respond to changing context in a new informed way. And there's 100% a role there for tokenization, for decentralized science, for cooperative collective action. And I'm seeing a whole opportunity of new types of business, new types of innovation, which is informed and bedded down by the kind of technology that we all espouse. So I think tokenization, the power of tokenization and what it can mean in your industry, not just financial services, but in every other type of industry, is the vehicle, I think, that brings us into the mainstream.
This is very good that you touch on this subject, because everybody's taking a view on DeFi as a financial thing, but if you go to tokenization and NFTs, then you have so many different options, which we are just starting to explore.
Yeah.
So it is very true.
It's a brave new world, I think.
It is. We are the pioneers and rebels here. Please, David,
Yeah,
what's your thought?
I could not agree more with what you guys have said. Like, we are the pioneers, and I think we have to take the step forward that's needed for ourselves. Because as Alex said, we need developers, and we need more people, we need funds. Because the reality and how I see it, I still think there are too many new things to discover. If you analyze tokenized projects, you realize that there are lots of them who are built on FOMO and lots of them who are useless. That's the reality, and that's because we've been long enough here to know that. So we kind of need to bring those people, bring those companies, those Web2 companies or wherever, let's call them whatever, and make them understand the possibilities we have here. Of course, there are good things and there are bad things, but with talent and with time, I'm sure super good products will come, and what we know now will be completely different from what we will know in, or what we will be speaking in like 5 years, if the bull run comes back again, right? And this doesn't go to zero, which I don't believe, of course. But of course, I think we need to take a big step forward on that aspect and bring the most people, the most companies, and even banks. I have worked at banks, and probably that's the reason why I see the human side of the people that works there, and they can be of benefit. Because if you analyze DeFi, there's one major flaw on my side, which is for those people who okay, we acknowledge the fact that we have to be conscious of the self-custody. That's magnific, but what do you do with, I don't know, my grandma, who is not a technologically used person, right? What do you do with these people? We need some kind of entities to still protect them. Of course, that relies on how banks are able to protect them or not protect them. And for sure, we will see an advancement on their side. At least that's what I hope. But that's how I see it.
I have to add something there from the point of view of Europe and the emerging regulations. So it's not financial institutions that are instantiating something like MiCA or VASP or BaFin regulations. And these are, when we're talking about, like if your grandma is investing, does she want to invest in let's say it's her pension? Is it something more like a security, which you can do? You can tokenize securities. And in that way, she's in this regulated zone and is protected there. And I think there is this hybrid scenario that we're looking at now, which is, I think it's proving the maturity of our industry, but it might not be the end game. And so we see a lot of financial institutions, for JP Morgan, the Onyx project, or the Citi token project. Fidelity, I know, are through the FCAT, Applied Technology Center, is experimenting a lot with Bitcoin mining, amongst many other things. And so definitely these institutions are really experimenting, really innovating, and they have the numbers to really do something. The rest of us, or certainly for me, if I look at the production of food, is a very regulated context, just like financial services are. My company is too young to tender for any kind of government projects. So I am left on the periphery. I mean, I want to be there, but I'm also on the periphery. You know, you're always doing the experimental stuff, the pre-regulated stuff, there's something that's
of course,
unknown.
It's never ending, right?
Yeah.
It's true.
So I think we need to learn from each other. I think we need to, as crypto people, when I think of 2015, 2016, 17, I mean, we've really matured, I think, as an industry, and that's a very good thing. I'm a big proponent of industry open standards where we cooperate together to agree the terms, or what is a common good practice? How do we help prevent scams? How do we look into our blockchains and understand what we're seeing while also protecting things like privacy, anonymity, if that's part of the equation? So yeah, I see it in a cycle of growth. But I would caution for defend. I think this maybe aligns with some of your ethos. I think we need to defend quite strongly some of those core aspects of our technology, and it would be a shame if we somehow lose or squander that in this exploration phase, you know.
Yeah, and it's in the beginning. It will evolve.
Yeah.
Basically, the market will decide in the end, of course, that too. But what more do we need to do if we're thinking of DeFi as we have a specialist here with DeFi tools? How do you see that we make DeFi more accessible for people? Because if you have a worthless UI, UX, people, they're not going to adapt. We need mass adaptation for mainstream.
Yeah, there are maybe two things that are the most important. I think one is, of course, marketing. They need to know that this exists and why they need it. Because usually in your normal life, you don't know, or why I'm a normal person, why I need crypto. And you need to understand what is crypto, how it works, and what advantages it has. That's the first of all. And that's, I think, part of marketing, part of big companies that are onboarding people and are doing this job to onboard people. And when you are into the ecosystem, there are many initiatives or things you can do, but you need this first onboarding. But especially talking about the people that is older or they don't have these digital skills, that is also very important to focus, I think, on the designs of the apps itself. It's always said, you can use blockchain and you don't need to know that you are using blockchain. just use this app because from my perspective, most of the old people I know learned how to use, for example, WhatsApp or any messaging. They learned to use WhatsApp. They learned how to use the mobile phone, most of them, because they didn't have a mobile phone. But why? Because they maybe they have grandsons they want to call, they want to text and see the pictures at Facebook, and many things they couldn't do before, they want to do it. So they passed that process of onboarding. With crypto is similar. At the point you need to have your savings, and you don't want to rely on a bank because the banks are maybe taking many part of your income or something like this. I don't know. In many countries, they had big issues with banks. You are going to do it. In countries like Argentina, like Venezuela, maybe you need to save in a stable coin because you can trust your own currency.
Yeah.
So that's a process, and when you are going to need it, you are going to learn how to do it. And the wallets and all the onboarding process must be very, very easy for these people. 1 click, 2 clicks, and that's all.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. If it's easy to use, then nobody knows how the internet works or the phone even works.
I just
You
receive a
use
currency. I don't know what is a blockchain. I just have a 1,000 Tether, but I know, I understand that this is $1, and that's all.
Exactly. But that's something for the industry to take upon themselves. We need to make it easy to use, as always. What do you think, Alex?
For me, we can talk about three points. The first is, of course, is the developers. We need to give developers more tools to implement applications in the same way that we create a traditional financial application that uses credit cards. We are connecting to an API to use the credit card. We need to give people, Web2 developers, with these tools to make the blockchain interaction totally hidden for them. This is the first point. The second point, perhaps the most important one, is we need to improve the user experience. Today, for the average internet user, for the average financial applications user, create 12 words to create the wallet. Remind these words and have in mind that if you lose your words, you lose your money. For me, this is a nightmare today. I don't know if the account abstraction will get rid of this. I'm not sure about that because I think we need to work more on that. And perhaps, and for this, there are more tools every day. We need to finish with the scam. This is horrible. All the people is afraid of what can I do if perhaps will come a thief and I will lose all my assets. I think for this, for example, DEXTools are working very hard, and we need that. And and regulations. We need regulations to avoid this. And perhaps the developers, when start to create more Web3 applications for DeFi and so on, perhaps we can get rid of this scam. But I think more or less those are the 3 points I think are important.
Yeah, we can talk about this 8 hours, but those are really good points. But the main idea is to make it accessible and easy to use. That's within every sector. I mean, the internet, nobody knew how to open a browser before you had a good browser, and that took like 20 years.
and perhaps we need to stop, and there is I don't know the word in English. We need to claim to go to the Web3 directly. Perhaps we should talk about Web 2.5, okay? Because we want to go too fast, and perhaps the people, the internet average user, is not prepared for that.
Mm-hmm. It's true. It is frustrating when you are almost on 4.0 and the other is on 1.8, so it's difficult. Do we have any other thoughts? We're kind of getting out of time, but
I'd say, I agree. I agree completely. It's like we need to implement and to improve that look and feel. Like when you go to a decentralized app, right? And you are a complete newbie and you have to connect your wallet. But suddenly you only have Ethereum RPC and they only work with Solana blockchain. It's like, what the hell are you talking to me about, right? So that's on one side. We need to improve it, but who knew how to open a browser 20 years ago? We will know how to do it. The only thing is that this is taking longer because it's way more important. It's about our funds. It's about our money. And the other thing I wanted to highlight with, you have already said, Alex, it's the fact that we need to be very critical with scams. And when problems such as what happened with Luna happen, or with SBF, that cannot happen because it's super bad news for the ecosystem and for the development of ourselves. I know sometimes, since we are already in the ecosystem and we have the first-hand information, we are tempted to invest in something that we know will give us some benefit, of course, but what's the technology behind it, or what's the point of that project behind it? Is that sustainable on time? Is not? Then maybe ethics is more important than earning some money. On my side, but that's how I see it. We need to see, and we need to understand that we have to be very critical with bad behaviors on DeFi and Web3 overall.
Yeah, we still have to realize it's a baby still. The DeFi world, Web3, it's just a few years old, so this will evolve for sure.
Yeah.
But it's good to have these topics discussed, and that's the way it should be. That's how we evolve.
But absolutely, but as Frederick said, you realize how in Venezuela or Argentina there's hyperinflation, or they control your money. That's as easy as that. We cannot let that happen, neither. So we have to empower Web3. It's our obligation as these people who are, looking for more innovative solutions for the future.
Well said, thank you. So the last question, because we're not having 1 hour to discuss this, maybe we can talk really shortly about 1-2 points. What is the future of DeFi? How do you see, where are we going? What's the new trends? Let's say the next 5 years.
I don't know. Who knows, no? I don't know the next 6 months, but I think that we need that from a conceptual point of view, we need that the current apps go to the apps. For me, this is the idea, and improve the blockchain technology to cut off with all the men in the middle for banking and so on.
I will say that maybe grow and expand, and of course a lot of work to do that, because we are in a very early stage yet. So it's like asking in 1995 what is the future of internet. There are many things that are going to happen, but we don't expect it. And new applications and new things, because the people always find the gaps, find the needs, and find, if you have the tools to do something, you are going to do it, or someone is going to do it. And that is what happens always with new technologies. So, yeah.
Exciting times.
Yeah, exciting times.
So, final words. What is the future of DeFi? Short, please.
Really short. What I'd love to see, I don't know if this will happen, because who knows, right? But imagine if we could have like DeFi is the sort of Uber of personal finance, completely disintermediating bank loans, payday loans, reconciliation at the end of a dinner, all that kind of thing. You just make it super, super easy, super streamless. And I think if we could have that really fast, almost just-in-time reconciliation for personal financing, I think we would have that win-win show and tell, that immediacy that people understand what it means in their lives. And I think that could be really great.
To me, honestly, I don't know. Like, I started in crypto in 2019, and I would have never imagined how it is right now. What I do see is that I think there are more companies that are going to understand that, hey, I can send money on an international transaction within seconds and costing me basically zero. So they are going to start adopting that, and we will see a development both on the look and feel, on security, regulation will come, which of course, we have our views on that, but it has to come, right? And I think it will be much more accessible. That's my main point on DeFi.
Very good. I think DeFi will take over TradFi, but not within a few years. But that's honestly what I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you so much for listening, and thanks to a lot of experts here. It was really nice to talk with you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
My friends, I want to compliment everyone who stayed in the room because you're going to get $50,000 worth of legal advice for free. Everyone who just walked out is going to pay their lawyer tens of thousands of dollars, and they're going to be hating life. So my compliments to everyone who is still in this room. So my name is Gordon Einstein. I'm a lawyer who specializes exclusively on crypto and blockchain. I'm licensed from the US, otherwise known as the punitive environment, or the environment that regulates by enforcement, not by encouragement. So I've seen the devil face to face and stared him down on a few occasions. So again, my compliments to them who stayed in the room. Everyone who walked away, they're going to go to bankrupt. They're going to be bankrupt or in jail. The ones who stayed, hats off to you. So I have my deck that I am going to completely ignore. I'm going to do something else, something I've never done before, which is I am going to walk you through my mental process for evaluating DeFi projects. I'm going to tell you how I think as a lawyer, the steps that I take when I'm analyzing a project, and how I develop my advice for them. Okay, so this is not something we have to pay $20,000 for a memo. I will actually walk you through the process, the algorithm, if you like, for identifying what projects are legal, what projects aren't, or how you can make them legal. Okay, so hang on to this. But first, one question. Who's excited that Bitcoin is over $35,000? Raise your hands. Cool. Who thinks Bitcoin will be over $100,000 by the end of 2024? Raise your hand. And if you don't think it will, raise your hand. Fantastic. Who's not going to raise their hand no matter what I say? Well, there's usually someone. There you are. There's always one person in the room, and you have to find them. I know who you are now. I've identified you. Okay, let's talk about from a legal perspective, and just from an ontological or analytical perspective, let's talk about what decentralized finance is and what it's not. All right? Decentralized finance does not mean it's on the blockchain. Decentralized finance does not mean it's crypto. Okay? Those things are using a decentralized network, but you can build a highly centralized entity on a decentralized network. If you build a DAO, in air quotes, that has one person in charge, one person with all the governance tokens, who can change the underlying smart contracts at will, you build a very highly centralized dictatorship on an underlying decentralized network. Okay, that is not decentralized finance. Let's kind of walk through what that means. And what is finance in general? Finance, as we understand it, is using transactions involving money over time, including an intermediary. It's okay. Well, yeah, sure. I'm telling you, this is worth far more if you just listen than whatever I had up on the deck. Okay, finance is not simply a payment. Finance is not simply, I go to the restaurant and buy a burger. Okay, that's a transaction involving money, but it's not necessarily finance, right? Finance, again, I would put out to you, is a transaction involving money over time and with an intermediary of some nature. That's what we're talking about here. Now, let's kind of tease out. In traditional finance, what do we think about? We think about lending money. We think about sales of equity in companies. We think about some forms of construction loans. We think about banks. We think about those sort of things. What's sort of the center of most of those? is the fact it's not usually a direct peer-to-peer type transaction. You're usually going through some sort of intermediary, whether it's a bank or a brokerage house or something like that. And if you look at the traditional world of finance, it's not so much the end users that are regulated. Like me, if I buy some stock in a company, I'm regulated sort of, like I can't engage in insider trading, but the really regulated entities are the brokerage house, the stockbroker, the company issuing its shares, those centralized entities. So the question with decentralized finance, the question or the threshold issue of whether or not regulation might apply to you is, are you in part or in whole replacing one of those regulated entities in its functionality, right? Are you eliminating it or are you replacing it? Okay, that's a very key distinction. Now, let me tease that out a little bit. I would suggest to you that Bitcoin itself does not represent decentralized finance. But Gordon, how can you say that? It's on a decentralized network, blah, blah, blah. Because payments, as Satoshi famously pointed out, require the use of a trusted or semi-trusted intermediary, at least traditional payments. Unless I'm giving cash to a person directly, face to face, I usually have to go through a bank, I have to go through a credit card company, I have to go through something. Okay? What Bitcoin did that was so neat is it eliminated that intermediary, it eliminated that middle party, it made every transaction, even transactions happening at a distance, basically cash transactions, peer-to-peer. Right? So use a decentralized network to accomplish that outcome, but it didn't replace payment processors, it eliminated payment processors. There's a key distinction there. Right? If you're coming up with a project on the network that eliminates the need for a trusted intermediary, doesn't replace it with a smart contract, doesn't replace it with an online organization, but just makes it not necessary, okay, that is not decentralized finance. Okay? Decentralized finance is when you take something that was traditionally done in the TradFi world and bring it on-chain and sort of replicate its functionality in a way that makes the legacy organizations redundant or unnecessary. So Brad actually made a really good point. You know, what is a good example of that? Well, an exchange, for example. Okay, an exchange, you know, used to be a brick and mortar building, then it became purely electronic. Now you can maybe do it online. You can have a decentralized exchange, and you're not eliminating the need for exchange, you're merely replacing it with a new version. That in my world, is decentralized finance. That is the epitome of DeFi. Now, what's neat about blockchain, what's neat about these technologies, is you don't simply replace or replicate what you had before. You can create new functionality with these technologies. So you can have, for example, an automated market maker. Okay? Rather than having humans in a room who are in the business of buying and selling securities from their own personal inventory, the users can contribute their securities, their tokens, their inventory, whatever, to a smart contract, to an inanimate object that exists on chain, that isn't a person and operates by an algorithm in order to accomplish something like what an exchange or market maker would have done before. So suppose you're, you know, I've done a million of these conversations where a DeFi project will come into the room and go, we don't need to be regulated, or, you know, we're regulated this way and not that way. And I have to kind of take them back to basic principles, to basic understandings. You know, what is the essence of what you're doing? Explain it to me like I'm 5 years old. Walk me through it. And then I perform this legal analysis. So, Brad, you have a DeFi project, don't you? Brad, come up here, please. This is my cherubic entrepreneurial friend, Brad. Everyone give a big round of applause. All right, so this is a hypothetical only, and I'm not providing legal advice, and anything I say is of no consequence, right? Yes, you are. Thank you. Okay, well, this is worth what you're paying for it. Okay, so in its barest essence, okay, Equify, okay, you're replacing a bank or which functionality?
A bank.
Okay, a bank. Are banks regulated?
Yes, they are.
Okay, now, would you say you're, thank you. Would you say that you're a decentralized bank, or are you a bank replacement existing on a blockchain or something else?
There's no such thing as a decentralized bank yet. It has to come with regulation. So we are a bank, but we do have decentralized financial products.
Okay, so let's tease this out. So the entity, the structure, I actually don't know, so I'm asking you for real. Okay, the structure is semi-traditional, but the products it's selling are the cutting edge DeFi. Is that correct?
Yes, we're in the transition period right now. So the entity is centralized, but we are going in a decentralized direction.
Okay, so that's a very good analysis, or a very good position to take. There's some things which are legal to do right now on the blockchain. There's some things that are gray zone, either because the regulators haven't gotten to them yet, or because there's an international diversity of opinion on it. And there's some things that are not yet able to do legally on the internet. I'd argue that banking, like full-on banking, I mean, that is a highly regulated industry, highly regulated, right? And stable coins themselves, you know, some people are arguing it's a bank-like function. I mean, you give in your dollar to Tether and you receive back a USDT. Isn't that like a deposit? Isn't it? Aren't you depositing your money in a bank, getting a depository receipt that you should be able to cash back in? You know, that's the argument why stable coins, it's funny, that's the argument why dollar-backed stable coins are a bank, but algorithmic ones aren't. Kind of interesting little distinction there. Okay, so thank you for that example. Actually, I may call you back up on the stage. Everyone give a big round of applause for Brad.
Thank you, Gord.
Right. So, you know, if someone came in and they said, we're going to do a bank online, we're going to make a decentralized version of a bank, I would have to extremely tease out what do they mean. Are you taking deposits? Are you making loans? Or are you providing a software platform where other people can do these things and you're merely a software publisher? Okay, those are some very, very, very key distinctions. All right, if you're personally, or your entity, or your online entity is taking deposits, holding other people's money, okay, you're stepping clearly into banking law, and you need to watch it. Okay, what you're doing is either illegal or it's gray zone, or you just need to kind of hold your breath and hope you make it through the process. If you're creating an automated facility, okay, that lets other people take loans online, or there's a smart contract doing it, but you kind of thrown away the keys to it, you no longer have admin access to it, then you're sort of getting away from traditional banking. You're more like a software publisher, or you're providing facilities that other people can use to do this. Does this make sense? Okay, I see nodding heads, so that's a good sign. Who else has a DeFi project in the room? And don't be shy. Sir, please. Come on, give me a break. You were just on stage. You can't be shy. Say your name again, please.
I'm Mick.
Mick, good to see you. Good to see you. Good job, by the way.
Thank
Very well
you.
done.
You too.
Thanks so far. So tell us about your deal.
Actually, I can't really talk about it too much. So
Okay, get off. No, but we'll share your thoughts in general. You obviously have a thought.
No, actually, it's really good. It's an investment fund, which is a DeFi project. So this is actually really interesting that you were talking about. And
Can I jump in for a second?
Yeah, of course.
This is a perfect example. Okay, let me give you the U.S. law perspective. Okay, issuing a security under the U.S., you cannot do it without registering it with the SEC, which is our enforcement agency, or finding an exemption. Okay, there's the 1933 Securities Act that makes that a requirement. If you're running an exchange, okay, of securities, you have to register that exchange and comply under the 1934 Exchange Act. Then, if you're running an investment fund, the term for that in the United States is an investment company. That's regulated under the 1940 Investment Company Act. Okay, so anytime a company is creating a mutual fund or an EFT or something like that, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. That's something actually we were discussing.
Don't you like when lawyers say maybe and charge you $10,000?
Well, yeah, we'll take it down off stage, right?
Maybe you can share a little bit more.
No, but it's true. It is actually a legal kind of a hassle because, as you told, you could be in the gray zone, but if you're actually taking deposits, then you're in the banking world. So it is true, and it's not easy.
Now, here's a question for you. You know, what if you create a smart contract that replicates the function of a mutual fund or exchange-traded fund, but that functionality is now out there in space, and you kind of release it to be free. It's on the blockchain. Everyone can access it, and you don't have backdoor access anymore. Just what's your instinct?
I mean, I'm a DeFi guy, so of course I think that's okay because that's a DeFi project and it's flying on its own. So
well, it's certainly worthwhile, but do you think it's legal?
I'm not a lawyer as you are, but I think as it is now, it is actually, because we haven't specified all the legalities in that matter.
Right, so it is a gray zone. There's things you can do to sort of make yourself safer, all right? If you're doing an online VC fund, if you're doing an online investment fund or a mutual fund, and you want to get away from the regulated model, if the safest way to do it is, first of all, don't be an American. Okay? So reincarnate yourself as a Dubai Nick, no, or something.
But the EU is still catching up with MiCA, so it doesn't matter. It's going to be regulated all over.
It's going to be, well, since you're up on the stage, I'm going to ask a question. You know, what gets regulated in real life? You know, it's people, it's institutions, it's companies. Can you regulate a code? Can you regulate a smart contract? I mean, if a smart contract, quote unquote, breaks the law, like an inanimate object could break the law. Think about it. How can can a robot break the law? I mean, that's, you know, we're getting to Asimov. But can a smart contract? It's just code. Okay, and if that code exists separate from a human, how do you enforce the law against it? What do you do?
You don't, but there's some legal actions already taking on DAOs, so I mean, it is getting cracked down.
That's a DAO. A DAO kind of sort of has people behind it, right? But if you publish, for example, who's familiar with Tornado Cash? Okay, you know, or there's all these online mixers where you can stick in your crypto, mix it all up, and wherever your crypto came from before, it's now clean, beautiful, and wonderful. Never mind what happened in North Korea. Okay, so in the United States, the publisher of the Tornado Cash contract got personally busted, and the addresses on the chain that were assigned to Tornado Cash got basically attacked under OFAC, which is the Office of Foreign Asset Control. But you know, even if the founder of Tornado Cash disappears, like Satoshi, and this contract is online and it works, what do you do if you're the regulator? So what I'm suggesting here is that you kind of need to know who you are and what you're doing. If you're a software publisher, you're not handling the transactions yourself, okay? You're freeing up to the world this code and then letting go of it. You know, here, it's open source. Everyone do what you want, okay? You're no longer quite in the field of regulation, especially if you are not in a country that's just being punitive, okay? If you're taking a normal regulated entity and moving it online, but still exerting a level of control over it that you would over a local or non-online entity, then that's where you need to walk through the minefield. And then, if you're an online version of a bank, you need to comply with banking law. Okay, you don't escape regulation. That's the key idea. But if you're an online version of a bank that's a purely autonomous code and you step back from it, that's when you have a chance of escaping or modifying some of the regulation. So I'm out of time. I'm happy to talk more and answer questions, and I congratulate everyone who listened. You just got a whole bunch of free legal advice. Thanks. Go.
Thank you, everybody. We are done for the morning session, a late Spanish morning session. So now I invite everybody to go to the patio, to the Dext square, to have your lunch. The VIP guests can proceed at the back of this room to the VIP lounge to have their lunch there. Thank you, and I see you here at 3 p.m. for the more sessions.
abierto y justo al lado una caja de cerillas. Porque cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no soy el mismo, voy atontado, estoy confundido. Cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no sé, no sé. Porque cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no soy el mismo, voy atontado, estoy confundido. Cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no sé, no sé. Me he dejado las llaves en el pomo otra vez. He tirado sal en vez de azúcar al café. Si te tengo cerca no sé contar ni hasta 3. Me das un besito y se me olvida que hice ayer. Me he dejado las llaves en el pomo otra vez. He tirado sal en vez de azúcar al café. Si te tengo cerca no sé contar ni hasta 3. ¿Qué coño voy a hacer cuando estás a mi lado? No sé qué me pasa en la cabeza. Hoy he regado las plantas, empapado en medio de una tormenta. Voy a venderme mi coche para comprar bidones de gasolina. Me deja el gas abierto, justo al lado una caja de cerillas. Porque cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no soy el mismo, voy atontado, estoy confundido. Cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no sé, no sé. Porque cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no soy el mismo, voy atontado, estoy confundido. Cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no sé, no sé. Porque cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no soy el mismo, voy atontado, estoy confundido. Cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no sé, no sé, no sé. ¿Dónde está, dónde en qué día vivo? ¿Dónde está, dónde en qué día vivo? ¿Dónde está, dónde en qué día vivo?
Es domingo, vamos de museo. Como contigo, me besas tú primero. No he dormido, vivimos muy lejos. Bajamos al metro, aún vamos ciegos. No recuerdo dónde nos encontramos. Es domingo, vamos de museo. Como contigo, me besas tú primero. No he dormido, vivimos muy lejos. Bajamos al metro, aún vamos ciegos. No recuerdo dónde nos encontramos, cómo nos vimos, por qué nos conocimos. Solo quiero que nunca termine. Cómo me siento, cómo me siento. Es domingo, vamos de museo. Como contigo, me besas tú primero. No he dormido, vivimos muy lejos. Bajamos al metro, aún vamos ciegos. No recuerdo dónde nos encontramos, cómo nos vimos, por qué nos conocimos. Solo quiero que nunca termine. Cómo me siento, cómo me siento. Ey, quiero volver a repetir. 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 Ya no me importa nada. Si esto nunca se acaba, no me importa nada. Él tendrá otra raya. Esto nunca se acaba y no me importa nada. Porque he perdido a mi amada. Esto nunca se acaba y no me importa nada. Porque he perdido a mi amada. La soledad es mi hermana y no me importa nada. Ya no me importa nada. Si esto nunca se acaba, no me importa nada. Él tendrá otra raya. Esto nunca se acaba y no me importa nada. Porque he perdido a mi amada. Esto nunca se acaba y no me importa nada. Porque he perdido a mi amada. La soledad es mi hermana y no me importa nada. Ya no me importa nada. Si esto nunca se acaba, no me importa nada. Él tendrá otra raya. Esto nunca se acaba y no me importa nada. Porque he perdido a mi amada. Esto nunca se acaba y no me importa nada. Porque he perdido a mi amada. La soledad es mi hermana y no me importa nada.
navaja, questo non si fermerà. Ho diritto, quindi danza in libertà. Sacco la navaja, questo non si fermerà. Ho diritto, quindi danza in libertà. Sacco la navaja, questo non si fermerà. Todo lo que tú
Si tratta di una persona che veste con eleganza, gli amici lo adorano, non c'è da stupirsi. È un personaggio simpatico, divertente, dinamico, diverso. Si tratta di
generation of the young flesh. We are the generation of the young flesh. We like to have sex on Friday night and forget about Monday. We are the generation of the young flesh. We are the generation of the young flesh. We like to feel the heat of some foreign hands and drink coffee in the mornings. Who will I become? Someone save this song. Who will I become? Someone save this song. Oh, please. We are the generation of the young flesh. We are the generation of the young flesh. We like to have adventures in faraway lands and take pictures and show it. Who will I become? Someone save this song. 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 Oh, please. We are the generation of the young flesh. We are the generation of the young flesh. We like to have sex on Friday night and forget about Monday. Relic in my fantasy, I stay in reality, but you live in my dream state. Anytime I count sheep, that's the only time we make up. You exist behind my eyelids. Now I don't wanna wake up. 20 visions. Cupid hit me with precision. I wonder if you look both ways when you cross my mind. Said I'm sick of chasing. You're the one that's always running through my daydream. I can only see your face when I close my eyes. Can I get a kiss? And can you make it last forever? Said I'm about to go to war, and I don't know if I'ma see you again. Can I get a kiss? Can you make it last forever? Said I'm about to go to war, and I don't know if I'ma see you again. Hola, I said okay, dokie. My infatuation is translating to another form of what you call it, love. Oh yeah, I admit you, I've been looking, stuck here waiting for I stop the chasing like an alcoholic. You don't understand me, what the fuck do you mean? It's them roasted chicks, yeah, it's them dirt color eyes. Wow. Sugar, honey, iced tea, bumblebee on the scene. Yeah, I give up my bakery to have a piece of your pie. 20 visions. Cupid hit me with precision. I wonder if you look both ways when you cross my mind. Said I'm sick of chasing. You're the one that's always running through my daydream. I can only see your face when I close my eyes. Can I get a kiss? And can you make it last forever? Said I'm about to go to war, and I don't know if I'ma see you again. Can I get a kiss? And can you make it last forever? Said I'm about to go to war, and I don't know if I'ma see you again. La 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 la. La 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 trapped in this grief, I don't expect it to go. And I'm sorry, but I can't let you in. Words are important, but love is the most important thing to me. I knew I could not be forever with you. I knew that we wanted different things. Now I just want you to listen to this song and breathe, and breathe. Now I wish that I could grab a beer and enjoy the party, but that's not me. That's who I'd like to be. I just wish that I could grab a beer and get drunk, but that's not me. That's who I'd like to be. I'm trapped in this grief, I don't expect it to go. And I'm sorry, but I can't let you in. Words are important, but love is the most important thing to me. Now I wish that I could grab a beer and enjoy the party, but that's not me. That's who I'd like to be. I just wish that I could grab a beer and get drunk, but that's not me. That's who I'd like to be. I just wish that I could grab a beer and go and party, but that's not me. That's who I'd like to be. I'm trapped in this grief, I don't expect it to go. Thanks to you, I learned a lot from me.
Pugem, eh? Vols que seiem igual?
Seieu com podeu, sí.
Sí, per aquí.
Passa un.
Quin silenci.
Sí, no?
Sí.
Sí. Do you want to be next to me?
Why not? I'd love to.
So thank you everyone for coming here. Thank you DEXTools for inviting us. I hope you had a great lunch. And now, oh,
Wow.
that's impressive. So now we are going to have a great panel, and I would like to introduce our panelists of today, Xavi Baldó, CEO of Blockchain School, Doc Gams, founder of and CEO of Dibu, Alberto, he's an OG in the industry and he owns a Bored Ape. Vlado Stankowski, he works in several projects, Onto-Chain, Trust-Chain, Rule-Chain, EPSI, Extreme XR. So please, if you want to introduce yourself, we can learn more about you. Alberto, you can start.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Maybe it's a bit. Okay, let me explain in Spanish because I am improving my English now. Okay, my name is Alberto Tabarrial in social media, and we are developing some IP rights that we are using the big community of Bored Ape Yacht Club for empower the Web3 ecosystem in Europe and in the global community that we have.
Yep. Hello, everyone. My name is Xavier Baldó. I'm the CEO of Blockchain School Academy here in Catalonia, also based in Andorra. And we help a lot of people. We have more than 1,000 students around the world, all in Spanish. And also I am the CEO of AFC. This is an NFT project that we have helped people to grow up with some problems in the streets, and also is involved in boxing. Yeah.
Yes, my name is Doc Gomes. I'm the CEO of DView, and we are here to share with you guys as much information as possible about NFTs and the future of NFTs, and I look forward to speaking with you all.
Hi everyone, my name is Vlado. I come from University of Ljubljana. I teach there computer science, and I work on many projects funded by the European Commission that are focusing on humans, their rights, their well-being, but not only that, also sustainability, the living creatures on this planet, all that can be supported by new ecosystems that can be also supported by blockchain technology.
Thank you for your introductions. And I am Silvia Mogas. I am the founder of BNB Web3. It's an innovation agency that will help brands to go to Web3 with different technologies. And let's jump now to the questions of the panel. So we are presenting today the panel called NFTs, the hype is over, what's now? So we have heard in 2021 was the year of the NFTs, so everyone wanted to have an NFT, and it was so much hype around. And now we have heard that NFTs are a scam, NFTs are dead. So I would like to know, in your opinion, why these NFTs had this so much hype, and also why now they don't have this hype? What are the causes of that?
Okay.
You can start.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe because you are the hype.
Yeah, sorry, lo siento que venía justo muy rápido. Bueno, yo creo que el gran poder que han tenido los NFTs durante todo este hype que hemos vivido en 2021 y que, bueno, en algunos lugares todavía seguimos viviendo, tiene que ver mucho con el poder de descentralizar la confianza en comunidades, ¿no? Al final, de una forma u otra, esto no es algo nuevo, todos llevamos muchos años digamos, asociados a ciertos proyectos, ciertas comunidades, no solo en Web3, sino en Web2. Y con esta nueva ola, con esta nueva tecnología, permite, digamos, que podamos tener confianza en otras personas que forman parte de una comunidad a la que pertenecemos por una serie de valores, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, yo creo que esa ha sido la gran motivación del Hype, ¿no? Llevar un poco toda la parte orgánica de comunidades y más de asociarte con algo personal que te identifica, bueno, que estamos viendo que es bastante popular, sobre todo en ciertas comunidades, ¿no?
So Alberto vision is that the communities behind it caused the hype of these NFTs. So basically, he put the much emphasis for the communities.
Yeah, if I have to introduce something here, is that I think that the hype comes because no knowledge. Because we think that everyone knows about investments, and for example, if you can compare with an artist, they are selling some values, but behind this sell, there's people that know what they are buying. And in this market, with this hype, we didn't have these people knowing what are they doing. They are not investors. Then they just saw that we can buy an image for 10 euros and selling for 1,000 or 1 million, 10 million, whatever. And it is a very, very big problem in this hype, because makes that a lot of people that are doing good things and then they are doing a good job, they are involved as well.
Yeah. So how we can do that? So how can do the filter between the good players and the bad players, right? And which is the right collection to invest and which one is not the right collection? What are your thoughts?
Yes, so the reason why I think that the NFT hype got overboard is because it's a mixture of a lot of factors. You had this brand new technology that just evolved, right? It seems very interesting to a lot of people to get involved in terms of securing digital assets. But what happened as well is that you saw that a lot of greed took place. So people was getting into it just to make the money. And a lot of people was making a lot of bad decisions, not realizing that there were projects that they was jumping into, and they actually had no idea who the CEO was, who the founders were. People was just basically following each other like, sheep to the slaughter, basically. So what happened is some of the good projects that was actually being used for utility, they got basically painted with the same bad brush as the scams, as the really bad NFT projects that people were just jumping into. So moving forward, I believe that now that all of most of the scamming, most of the bad actors are out, we could begin to see a more transparent NFT space moving forward. And I think the bear market has really got rid of a lot of those bad actors out there. So now moving forward, I think we could see a bit more better projects surfacing.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe I can say about in the projects that we run, and these are like pan-European projects in which every country is represented. We focus on technologies that are, let's say, more fundamental in nature, so that we look, if we compare, and just a day ago I got a photo of the Rosetta stone. So it was stone made by a pharaoh just to last for a very long period of time. And NFTs are kind of synonyms for something that we really want to last and it wouldn't change. But from that perspective, if you put on one side something that is really fixed, like frozen in one moment in time, and we want to last forever, there is the spectrum towards anything that changes. And we know that in life so many things are changing. So if we represent by an NFT a car or a bicycle, that's quite a good representation of an identity of an item, But we know that also from philosophical viewpoint, one of the major philosophical questions is if we change this item, like let's say a ship or a bike, and we constantly repair, is the question when this bike loses the identity and it becomes a completely new object. So what I believe, and we do in these new projects, that we want to actually cover the whole spectrum of change of an identity to the extent when this identity is not going to be anymore. So somehow our technologies should represent things that we actually need in our lives, and we see both things: identities that want to stay forever and identities that are actually changing with all their properties. So we need to build technologies that can actually support applications in the whole spectrum, from one side to the other.
We have also dynamic NFTs. They
For
can cover
example, yeah.
this part.
Yeah, and DID documents and other type of tokens. There are plenty of, or the use of knowledge graphs in connection to NFTs.
Interesting. Thank you for your point of view. So I have a question for Alberto. He has a Bored Ape. Why is this collection is so special?
Ok. Bueno, al final ha sido la colección icono de todo el bull run de los NFTs, junto con algunas que cuelgan también de la marca central, ¿no? CryptoPunks o algunas otras. Al final es una apuesta, ¿no? por entender que hay mucho más valor dentro de las comunidades y que debemos revertir de alguna forma ese valor internamente a las comunidades, y es por eso que en un mercado libre digamos que la atención pasa sobre este tipo de proyectos, ¿no? que recompensan una y otra vez a la comunidad y también alimentan un poco la creencia de que ese tipo de airdrops que todos hemos sufrido dentro del ecosistema, con el ApeCoin o con otra serie de colecciones secundarias que ahora empiezan a tener uso, pues pueden, digamos, llevar esa confianza hacia el futuro por parte de las comunidades, ¿no? Entonces es un intangible que en estos momentos pues, forma parte de la cultura de la Web3 y bueno, pues al final es un poco hacia donde va todo el ecosistema, ¿no? Por ejemplo, por aclarar un poco, Yugalabs es una empresa que actualmente, que es de la que cuelgan todas estas colecciones, no tiene modelo de negocio, sino que lo está construyendo en base a una apuesta de futuro para el gaming, y es un poco pues, hacia una de las patas donde va este ecosistema también. Sorry, because maybe it's a bit difficult. Yeah, but my English is so bad.
Okay, for a recap. So basically, Yuga Labs, they built a really good collection with a good community behind, with airdrops, and they created an ecosystem behind. I'm going to add that they have an IP that the Yuga Lab NFT owners can use it for do their stuff and sell it as well. So this is really cool. And yes, and you just came back from Hong Kong.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's move on. So I would like to ask you about the technology behind the NFTs. So why do you think it's important, this technology?
Okay, me?
Who wants to?
Yeah, I can jump if you want. Yeah, blockchain is cool. I can jump it. I think that why is so important the technology behind of these NFTs is, for me, is just one word, is decentralized. When I think about technology of blockchain, it's something different, because if not, I am seeing the same that I saw in internet, which is the difference between decentralized and centralized is internet or blockchain. And behind the NFTs, there's a blockchain technology, and also as the projects, they are in the blockchains of decentralized. It means a lot for all of people, because just in first time we were talking about hype, and all of these people that hype is just searching one thing, I would like to buy here, sell here, take a profit. And this opportunity is not for everyone. If you go to a centralized market, you will not find this opportunity. But in that case, you can find it. You can buy this type of NFTs and sell it and take this profit. And you can do that in a decentralized sector as well. There's a lot of problems that you can see it for maybe, I don't know, some corruption or others. But if we take this technology in the correct things, I think that it's a very big potential technology to do it.
I totally agree.
Yeah, the technology behind NFTs is amazing. Just having the opportunity to identify that something is coming from the right source, having the opportunity to see that what you have is rare. This is something that hasn't been done before in the whole of the world, basically. So that alone adds value to whatever assets you are putting on the blockchain. Now, with the use of smart contracts, you can also bring in royalties and loyalty systems. This is another way where you can actually give the NFT a lot more value as well. So I think moving forward, as the market begins to evolve, we'll begin to see a lot more use cases and a lot more ways that blockchain technology can be used to make NFTs more safer, more transparent, and allow people to really see the true benefit of what NFTs can possibly do in their lives and in their business and brands and everything. Yeah.
Well, I could add, so we ran for 3 years a €6 million project called On-to-Chain that developed it had over 40 technology sub-projects, many of them focusing on new technologies related to NFTs. And, if you make something non-fungible, like tradable and verifiable, then you have a lot of data that is about that NFT, which is obviously not included inside the NFT. So because you want to trade it, then you want to know maybe more information about that NFT that can represent either physical or digital objects. So you have a lot of context information that you want to use when you want to define the value of that NFT. It can represent, for example, a house or a bike or some digital asset like a photography. And then, of course, it can be even much more complex than that. For example, it can be a model of a house with all internal elements inside, to which you can attach a lot of certificates of quality of just anything. So there are many technologies now that are being built around the NFTs that would make it possible that these tradable objects are equipped with a lot of information that can help us engage in economic ecosystems, meaning you can, for example, obtain money to either buy or sell an object, or you can, tokenize the object, do quite a lot of things from 360 degrees viewpoint. So I think there is a lot of future to NFTs, and there would be very many new technologies that would support that, because it's obviously very valuable.
It just came in my mind that I was thinking, okay, you are saying that we have a house, we can represent an NFT, and I know that many builders, they are doing NFTs for parts of the house. The NFT can represent a washing machine, the NFT can represent a lamp. So how do you envision? Do you think it's possible to have a big wallet with a small NFTs that it's covering all your house assets?
Oh, yes, of course.
Thinking.
I think, yes, of course. We have another project which is called Build Chain. You can browse it for it. It's a €7 million project that tokenizes practically all building objects. For example, this building can be wholly tokenized, and it actually develops technologies that inside that very complex model you can browse to specific sub-objects and sub-objects, and then you can trace all actions that happen. For example, if you have to repair your windows, then all these actions would be visible and connected to that individual, let's say, NFT and so on. Yeah.
That's really cool. So they can tell you, oh, you have to repair this window or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to jump a little bit to another topic. This week we had an announcement that the European Digital Identity Wallet is coming in the next 24 months. I am a big fan, or I used to be a big fan about SVTs and digital identity. So I would like to see if you see, I would like to know if you see there is any synergy between these SVTs and what the European digital identity is trying to do.
Okay. Tiene mucho sentido, ¿no? el ligar de alguna forma un NFT donde puedas añadir partes de tu identidad digital. Lo cierto es que no estoy muy puesto en cuál es la propuesta de la Unión Europea, así que tampoco puedo hablar mucho y la estudiaré un poco más para el futuro.
You are going to look for the future.
Yeah.
I have heard that I'm a Twitter person, right? So I was reading on Twitter, it was like everyone, oh, this is the end of our freedom. So we are going to be controlled. They are going to control what we spend, what we do. So
yeah, absolutely. I read about in September 23 it was approved, but right now 24 months more. And just what you said, it's okay, if I am not right now, I have my identity and I have to travel, it's fine, I have to show it. If I lost, I have to go to the police and wait for 1 week or 2 weeks until I will have again. Yeah. But if I have my identity, digital identity, it will be fine to go, for example, from here to New Zealand without visa because they know all that I have inside of my identity. But this is a big problem if we saw more than that because they will know all our information. And if I can trust behind, for sure that is okay. Yeah, it's an advantage because you can use it, you can travel, you can have, for example, a loan with a bank because they will know all that you have and you don't have to wait 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. You can make a transaction just directly because you don't need to wait. But the big problem, I think, is that behind of this, there's a lot of people that they are controlling you and maybe they are using their property things to control you. And it's a little bit scary in my case. I'm okay, I like it. I would like to see this digital identity, but not with centralized.
Yeah, where is the line, right?
Yeah, for sure.
It's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, for sure.
So we have just 2 minutes left. So I would like to finish this panel with a question about how you envision the future of NFTs. How do you see NFTs are going to be in the next bull run, on the next 2-3 years, or 10 years? Who knows?
Salto.
Okay. Yo creo que irremediablemente va a estar marcado por dos tendencias, uno relacionado con las aplicaciones de SocialFi. Hemos visto ahora el auge de FriendTech, aunque bueno, es bastante dudoso, todavía están haciendo digamos los primeros experimentos de cómo funcionaría este tipo de engagement de redes sociales. Hay otros proyectos súper interesantes como Lens Protocol que están digamos, aportando muchísimo valor al ecosistema y que dan un poco la directriz de qué va a ocurrir en el futuro con este tipo de nueva ola que puede llegar con los NFTs. Y luego también hay una aplicación y un mercado muy grande que hay empresas muy grandes construyendo sobre él, que es el ecosistema del gaming, ¿no? El gaming es un mercado muy grande. Hasta ahora es difícil, digamos, crear economías en las que puedas intercambiar valor, entrar, salir de un juego con lo que ello implica, ¿no? El progreso que llevas durante unos años, y creo que esa tendencia también puede ser una de las que marque un poco el futuro, ¿no? De todo.
I quite agree with Alberto. He thinks that is FriendTech, SocialFi, for example, FriendTech and Lens Protocol, they are doing a very good job as well, and also gaming for sure. In Barcelona, we have a very good gaming environment, ecosystem.
Yeah,
What about you, Xavi?
Absolutely, I'm agree. The hype will appear. All people that is thinking that the hype is over, no, I think that they are not in the correct thing, because the hype will come again, and we will see NFTs for 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 5 million again. But also we will see a next generation that all people is having knowledge, all people that having these studies, blockchain school or others, they will for sure buy NFTs with some back assets, or maybe for identities, digital identities or something with utilities. And also gaming is the big industry that will use NFTs.
Yes, so in the future, we could definitely see NFTs having a bigger play in the world. I can see that right now a lot of people are educating themselves about NFTs. We also can see music, film, and these different industries actually taking up NFTs as a way to have transparent distribution of royalties as well. So there's many ways for NFTs to thrive in the future. I believe the first wave was just mainly the hype, just making money, just flipping and trading and everything like that. But moving forward, I believe that we'll see the proper use of NFTs with good utility and good use cases.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would think that everything that is tradable in the future, and there would be mechanisms that you can create out of that an object. I don't know what would happen with the replicas of objects and how this can be sorted out. I mean, there would be some mechanisms for that too. But generally speaking, there is future for these NFTs.
Yeah. So NFTs are going to stay.
For sure.
Are going to survive. Okay, thank you very much for your time. I really enjoy your views, and we are looking forward to the next bull run and the next event.
Yeah, it's
Thank
coming.
you for having.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for staying here.
Thank you.
One, two. Hi, everyone. Is there anywhere a pilot? A pilot for my presentation. Oh, pilot. To check. Yeah. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much. No worries. Hi, everyone. So my name is Paweł Łaskarzewski. I'm the CEO of Nomad Fulcrum. And today I would like to take you into the journey about tokenization, about RWA. So some of you might already know that there is a new trend, a new market happening and growing in the crypto called real-world assets. So basically bringing traditional financial assets on-chain within a regulated environment, which is not easy, and everyone wants to, get rid of the regulatory part from the projects. Everyone wants to be utility, but it's inevitable and it's going to happen. So I want to give you some hints how to approach that issue, that problem, and what it's all about tokenization, what it's all about RWAs. So let's start with a bold claim of mine. What will gonna happen if we will combine the traditional DeFi that we have right now in the crypto, like over-collateralized protocols, like loan protocols, staking protocols, different things, with RWAs? So, in my opinion, it's gonna be a better DeFi, and I will try to tell you during this presentation why. And I will start with the statement and with the fact about the crypto market and about the DeFi market right now, that are currently most of the DeFi protocols are focusing only on crypto. They do not focus on any other type of asset, or on any other class of assets. And it's a wrong approach, in my opinion, because financial markets and DeFi, which is basically some sort of trying to replicate financial markets in crypto, should also not punish the different assets than the crypto ones, should accept it, embrace, and probably use for different complicated or easy strategies that we can build. And to tell you more about this, I will start with the problems that we have, which will show you why those RWAs might solve those problems and might benefit somehow for the whole crypto and blockchain market. So I will start with lack of transparency that we have, like proof of reserve, like USDT. No one knows what is underneath. Maybe there are some people that are on the C-level, but no one knows. Algorithmic stablecoins, which in most cases failed, and they depeg themselves, so we don't know what is there. And this is one of the main issues that we see in the crypto, that we see in the DeFi, and that we see in the combination of those two. And another one is DeFi, economic and security hacks. So more capital in the crypto has been lost, not due to scams, but due to hacks. Every week we hear another DeFi protocol has been hacked, another 200, 100, 500 million has been lost. Like Luna, for instance, was an economic attack on the protocol. ALBT in January, 120 million another, was a security hack on the protocol. And a lot of money is being lost because of this, because of insecurity and because of the structure of how those protocols are being built. And one of the main reasons also we see those problems that I just mentioned are possible is because right now in crypto and in the DeFi, we secure one asset of the same class with another asset of the same class. And for instance, if you borrow a Bitcoin in over-collateralized protocol, you provide Ethereum as a collateral. Bitcoin goes down, collateral goes down, and every year, every 2 years, we see those big headlines. Massive liquidations in crypto. People lost billions of dollars because Bitcoin is going down. It's not because Bitcoin is going down. It's because of wrong structure of that. And most of you most probably watched The Big Short. Who watched The Big Short? Hands up. Perfect. I knew that. In The Big Short, there was this girl, this strip girl, who had 5 houses. And one house was secured by another one. This another one was secured by another one. So in general, she was using as a collateral for one house another house. And when the housing market went down, the value of the collateral went down, and she was liquidated. Not speaking that she was over-leveraged because of the high houses, but still, she was being liquidated. And it's the same in crypto. So if we are using the assets that are correlated for building the protocols, if something will go wrong, then we are all having a problem. And we see those headlines about those liquidations. But what if we could use those RWAs, those real-world assets, those traditional market financial assets in the crypto, which are not pegged to the Bitcoin price, as everything in crypto? Then if we would put it as a collateral, there would not be liquidations every year, every 2 years, because those real-world assets would prevent from that, because they are not pegged to the price of the Bitcoin. So this is one of the problems that might be solved and where RWAs might bring some benefits for all of us. Another element with those over-collateralization protocols are big capital ineffectiveness. And I will give you an example. if you are borrowing a Bitcoin and you are providing Ethereum collateral, you need to provide 150%, 200% of the collateral, more or less, because of the volatility. So if we are providing 50% additional collateral for the borrowed Bitcoin, this is a lot of over the value. So the Ethereum and the Bitcoin have volatility around 70%, more or less. So 50% only is just covering 80% of that volatility. So that means that we need to provide a lot of capital that is being unused and is just used as a security deposit. So if we could use RWAs, real-world assets that have very low risk, like 3% risk, 2%, 5%, we can provide them and ask for much lower collateral, and because of that, we're going to have a much bigger capital effectiveness. We can use this additional money to invest somewhere else, to put into work into different protocols, et cetera, because we don't need to provide 150% or 200% of the collateral then, because of the risk levels. So this is something we can bring, because traditional market assets, in many cases, are much less volatile and much less risky than the crypto ones. So, and also the liquidity is a key. So there is much bigger liquidity in the traditional market, and sometimes single assets have a bigger capitalization than the whole crypto market. So that's also an interesting part. Another element is because of low liquidity, we have high volatility, which leads to lack of stability. So by bringing such an asset, like US Treasury bonds, like stocks, like hedge funds, tokenized, et cetera, we can provide the crypto market different type of assets that big capital wants to step in and to provide liquidity onto the crypto, which will lead to maybe better stability, better and lower volatility, because of bigger liquidity. So this is something also this tokenization might provide us with. And the interesting part is also that most of the yield in the crypto is based on printed out-of-the-earth token. Like most of the projects do staking, most of the projects do APR on the staking, and when this APR came from? This APR came from the tokens that are given away for free. Those tokens are not based on the money, on the revenue, on the profit the project generates, which means they are giving away, they increase the inflation on the token, and once we increase inflation on the token, we know what is happening. Just check the Turkish lira, which lost 80, 90% of its value within the last 6 years. So this is the issue, and if we are bringing those RWAs that are generating a real yield, of course, we can do this in crypto, but most of the companies are not able to generate revenue, and I'm not speaking about the profit yet. So by providing those RWAs to the crypto market in a tokenized way, we can generate a real yield, which will generate us, which will not generate us the inflation in here. So that's another element and another problem that in the crypto might be solved by providing those RWAs. And the last one is, the last problem that I wanted to tackle today is regulatory uncertainty. So right now, if we are doing a crypto project, in general, we don't know if our project is still going to be legit in 5 years. We don't have such a proof, we don't have such a certainty because the regulations are not here. They are somewhere, like European, MiCA, DORA, DLT, but there are not US, there are no Asian, and in most countries there are not yet regulations for crypto, which means that if I have a really interesting idea, I might be not being able to execute my business in 5 years because it's not going to be compliant with the current regulations. So by providing RWAs and maybe extrapolating the current European regulations that are happening in here, we can predict and we can provide the assets that are regulated on traditional market into the crypto within the current regulatory framework that might be also used worldwide, which means that we can increase the chances of our crypto business. So this is another element that I would highly encourage, because at the end, the regulations will be there, and if we have the business in here, by being pragmatic, we should also check this out, because we can always go out and protest that regulations are bad, but they're going to be here, and we will do nothing. So I believe that that should be in heads of every founder and every person that is building something in the crypto. So why AWAs are crucial to development of DeFi, of the crypto ecosystem, because they are bringing different class of assets. And by mingling those different class of assets, we can start building a very complex strategies. We can start building a very complex capital effectiveness. We can start building much better products that are attracting much wider audience. Because right now, if I want to buy a Tesla stocks, for example, I need to find a broker that offers a Tesla stocks. But if those stocks would be tokenized, basically anyone in the world can hold them on their wallets, can sell them, trade, etc. So there is no any additional requirement then. There is no additional systems, IT, onboarding processes that I need to go through, because they are already here and they are available everywhere. And they can be used as a value to different operations. So that's why I believe this is super important. But also, this will bring much bigger liquidity, because big institutions will step into that market, not only for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and a couple of other coins. They will also step in because the RWAs will bring them a much easier secondary market and transaction value, and will solve the problems that they currently have, like companies that have real estates, and they can tokenize real estates and provide this for the retail customers. Imagine you can have $500 million skyscraper. So to sell this skyscraper to someone, you need to find a person or the fund or the organization that have $500 million to buy this, and there are not many. But if you could tokenize that, you can start providing this in a tokenized way, and you can sell it to the retail customers worldwide, which is much more interesting idea for them. So, tokenization. We are all thinking that RWAs, tokenization is a new concept and crypto discovered a holy grail, but it's not true. It has been with us for years, and this kind of solution has been used by the traditional market for forever, and you also watched that in The Big Short, and I will show you how they were naming that. Securitization. So in The Big Short, you saw that they were packing the mortgages into packs and were selling this on the market. They were changing illiquid assets, which were houses, into packs and changing it into the financial assets rated on different types of rating, like AAAs, BBs, etc., etc. So this was something that was with us for years, but securitization was lack of a lot of traits that tokenization have. And a couple of those, just to mention, is liquidity. Like in the crypto, the liquidity is going to be much bigger because of ease of use, ease of transfer, ease of sharing those assets. Accessibility. Right now, accessibility to such professional financial products is very hard, mainly for institutions sometimes. You saw how big deal Michael Burry made in The Big Short, and those were assets not available for everyone. By tokenization, everyone can have a portion of it, like 0, 17 zeros 1, because the blockchain allowed for fractionalization, etc. So that's another element that tokenization is solving over securitization that was in the financial market. Another thing is ownership. If you have your assets in the crypto, you are an owner of that. In traditional market, you are leasing this asset because the owner is actually a bank, a broker, or someone else. And the last element is trust. No one trusts anyone in crypto, in traditional market as well. So by having an ownership on that asset, we are owners of this. We have trust to ourselves, so we don't need to explain this to anyone. Challenges and solutions. Basically, I had some use cases and case studies, but the time is off, so I will tell you like very fast about 2 of those. So the one is Dictator. This is a rum brand. They produce alcohol, and they are tokenizing the alcohol, investment alcohol bottles, like $50K for a bottle, $500,000 for a barrel that have 120 years. Why they do so through tokenization? Because it's much easier to create a secondary market for that. For example, I'm buying a bottle. Do I know how to store the very fragile 120-year-old bottle? No, I don't know it. And when I will sell it in 5 years to someone else, I have to prove that I was storing this properly. With token, and the third party that is doing this very properly for the last 120 years, I can sell it easily on the secondary market without proving. And another thing, try to sell a barrel of alcohol in Dubai when it's haram. It's forbidden, 11 years in prison, it might be a problem. But with tokenization, I can sell a token to anyone, worldwide, any place I want, etc. So it's simplifying the secondary market for them, and that's why they are doing this with investment alcohol. And this is big brand, so most probably you will find this rum named Dictador in any pub here and a bar in Barcelona. Lofty and Properties are tokenized real estates. Fulcrum, it's our tokenized hedge fund, so we are tokenizing yield from the traditional fully regulated hedge fund. Agro token, so I will not go through all of those that I have here. But I will just mention one thing, that RWAs are, in my opinion, the future of crypto. Why? Just this year, RWA market grew by 30x. From January to right now, from 100 million to $3 billion. So the market is skyrocketing because big capital, together with regulations, is going to step in. And at the end of my presentation, I wanted to quote you the person that is my favorite scientist. And I believe this is going to match to some of you who have some ideas in your head. If you have an idea, do not hesitate, start executing, start doing now, because most probably there are hundreds of different people that have the same idea as you have in your head, but they are much further because they are doing something and not only writing this on the paper. So let the future tell the truth and evaluate each one according to his work and accomplishment. The present is theirs. The future for which we have really worked is ours. Nikola Tesla, thank you very much. My name is Paweł Łaskarzewski, and it was a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you, man.
Where do you want to sit?
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. This is the seat game.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today. Thanks to DEXTforce Festival team, especially to Vasilisa, for having us today. My name is Claudia Arqués. I'm the Director of Communications of the Blockchain Center of Catalonia, CBCat, as you can see on the screen. And well, we're going to talk about global trends of the tokenization market with three experts that are joining me today. We have with us Maria Spartalis, Partner Wealth Management at Terreus Capital, Sergi Valero, CEO at Moonlorian, and Edwin Mata, CEO and co-founder at Bricken. First of all, let's start with a very brief introduction of yourselves and your companies. If you want to start, Edwin.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for having me here. So, my name is Edwin Mata. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Bricken, formerly a mergers and acquisition lawyer. So I always had a passion about capital markets and corporate, how can obviously they move the world. So wanted to look into options as how technology can facilitate certain actions, interactions. And that's how I stumbled into tokenization in 2017, and 2020 decided to begin my own project, which is now Bricken, and we're a tokenization platform that allows the tokenization and digitization of absolutely anything asset. And yeah, lovely to be here with my fellow peers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sergi, go ahead.
First of all, thank you for inviting me here. I'm Sergi Valero, CEO of Moonlorian. We are a company, like a small consultancy that help to onboard the Web3 space to any entrepreneur that wants to start the company, or we help Web2 companies to move to Web3, giving all the services from the consultancy in the tokenomics part, all the business plan, marketing plan, etc., and then the development, and then we have partners for all the satellite services that they can need for success.
Thank you very much. Maria?
Hello, my name is Maria Spartalis. First of all, I want to thank for amazing organization of this great event. I'm a wealth manager over 25 years, working in the top banks in Switzerland and Austria. I was servicing VIP, high net worth, ultra high net worth individual clients over 20 years as wealth manager. Then I became director of the first crypto bank in Switzerland, and this connected me 5-6 years ago to the crypto blockchain community. So right now I have two group of clients, is old money and new money. And I'm very interested and involved in technologies. I'm working with investors. I'm working with different projects with worldwide lobbyists. And today I'm here to share with you opinions where the world will go.
Thank you. I have some questions for all of you. We're first going to talk about the present of tokenization, and later on we'll talk about the future. So, Maria, maybe if you want to start, what would you say are the primary use cases of tokenization in today's business landscape?
Exactly. I just want to share with you my experience when I was joining first crypto bank Falcon in Switzerland, which it doesn't exist anymore. I understood that this business is very volatile and moves very fast. There are many companies in Switzerland which already tokenize real estate. There are many companies which tokenize art in Germany, tokenize cars. And I found it amazing the first time when I was in Switzerland, like a new director of the crypto bank, moving these crypto assets and liquidity to Switzerland to buy tokenized assets, that you can buy particularly like a part of the building or like a corridor in this building and can be an owner. So I found it so much exciting for me because I always recommend my clients something which I do myself. So actually this is already like regulated in Switzerland, Germany and other countries. And I think this process will take more and more power and force and will move all around the globe. So finally, this tokenization allow investors to diversify assets, to have less risks, to make maybe investment in a small particular part. Don't buy the whole grand hotel, let's say, in some country, but buy a little living room there and have your profits. This is the practical case, and if you want, you can always ask me questions. I can ask them later on the stage.
Thank you. Edwin, anything do you want to add?
Yeah, so I mean, tokenization is like every financial trend in the sense that you want to onboard different kind of assets and different kind of investors and different kind of appetite. So while I do believe real estate became really big, I don't see it as the next big trend. I do think like capital, like financial markets. So for example, as an investor or an accredited investor, you don't invest in a building. You invest in the fund, then invest in the building. So that's where the institutional money is always allocated. So for me, tokenization should be always about like the big structure that you want to break down. So the financial institution investing in a couple of portfolios so you can amplify how much you want to invest in these kind of situations. So tokenization, it's not about like one real world asset, it's about the structure that controls the real world assets. And in that sense, for me right now, I think we're going from 2017 to 2020 trend on real estate, a couple of other more like antiques, minerals and whatnot. And we're going to see the trend right now, especially now in 2023 to 2024, that financial instruments, capital markets are going to be established or seeing funds, venture capitals, family offices, and all this access getting tokenized just because obviously their tickets are going to be lower. You don't need a 50K just to enter into family office. Maybe you can create an SPV with 100 ticket that you can enter. So it's all about kind of like opening these big corporations and big instruments that have always been working because securities have been all over the world for a long time, and now just making it more accessible to the retail market, which is what you want to capture, but also making it still powerful for the institutional or accredited investor to be able to say like, I'm still in this game and I'm still owner of this game, which is institutionals. They're the ones handling the money of the world.
Thank you very much. Sergi, use cases. We were speaking before coming up the stage.
Yes.
Tell us a bit more about it.
Yes, yes. So my fellows here say very well. So main use cases are real estate, now financial assets, but companies are assets as well. As any business is an asset. So we have a couple of very interesting use cases that we have to tokenize industrial companies. One company is dedicated to install electric vehicles chargers. They create the electric vehicles stations with the towers and so on, and we tokenize that company. So any investor can invest in a company that is creating electromobility. In this case, it's a French company, it's fully regulated in France, so it's another use case. Now we are doing something similar, tokenizing a luxury real estate company. It's a platform that rents apartments for luxury. We are not tokenizing the apartment, we're tokenizing the platform where user can rent the apartment. So this is a business, and then we tokenize the business. So
Sorry, can I
tell me.
ask you a question?
Yes.
I take a job for a second.
Sure, sure.
What is the criteria? Because I have a lot of investors and I have a lot of clients who want to invest and who have businesses.
Yes.
So what is the criteria of being tokenized? For example, if I'm a company like 300 million worth company in Ukraine and I want to be tokenized in Europe, or I have some assets, what is the criteria?
This is the main question
Exactly.
that we tell the entrepreneur when it comes to us.
Okay.
So why do you think?
And what is the first step?
And then
What do you need from
we
this
do the consultancy part, and we help to make sense. So the technology needs to help the company adding blockchain or Web3 needs to help and create added value over the business to make difference since the competence.
So exactly
it's
your
not just
technology
tokenized because I like the tokens.
Exactly. So you have a technology which let these businesses tokenize.
Be better, more
be
efficient, or less cost operational, or go into, it depends on the business.
Yeah.
In the case
So
of
you analyze the business.
We analyze and we help to create a solid token that is aligned with the business results.
Okay.
If it's an utility, that it has real utility in the real business. If it's a security token, then it's easy. So you sell the token, and a security token, you will receive, the investor will receive a benefit from the worth of the company.
Exciting. And what are your three benefits? Why you're better than the other ones? There are many.
I think we're closing a deal here now, right?
I'm here to make money for you. So why are you better than the other ones? There are many companies around the globe. Why are you better?
Why are Moonlorian better than other company?
Yes.
Okay. The thing is, we are really, we come from the real business. We don't come from the technical part.
That's important.
I've worked for big companies, for Microsoft, for Accenture, American companies during 20 years, just always looking for software solutions to improve the businesses, using Microsoft technologies to improve an industrial company with ERPs and so on.
Okay.
So we have the vision in our team of the business need, and then now we have the technology knowledge. And we feel the bridge with the developers. I have the developers in my team. They don't know nothing about businesses.
Yeah.
But we do the translator.
Nice.
From
we
the
just met 1 minute ago, so we don't know each other. But we will save your address.
Okay,
nice
thank you.
To know.
Let's move on, or we'll waste all of our time in the first question.
Thank you.
Sergi was speaking about French customers, and I was thinking, which would the three of you say that are the regions or countries that are leading the adoption of tokenization technology, and why? If you want to start, Edwin?
I mean, the funny thing is you can issue securities in absolutely every single world. They all have a security law, and you just have to be compliant. And now there's a lot of deviation in understanding how it is a public issuance versus what is a private issuance. And just because you embed something in the blockchain does not mean you're doing a public offering. If not, all startups wouldn't be able to even raise capital because we go around asking to the public that we don't know how to raise capital. So there's got to be like a gray area between different countries as to how tokenization is happening. Luckily for us, there's now regulations updates in Spain and Europe just because of a directive came in. They started embedding the word distributed ledger, obviously making allusion to blockchain directly. And now we're starting to understand how security should be treated, how they can be issued, how can the investor get covered. And all of this flow is happening right now in various regulations. We have in Asia, Japan trying to do it. Singapore already has something in place, Hong Kong. So it's kind of like just the innovation or layer 2 of regulation. We understand that securities is how companies get funded from debt to equity to whatever. And now we're trying to embed the technology aspect into this kind of funding and then just giving a correct path so companies who want to try security token offerings or digital assets or real world asset tokenization, whatever synonym we want to do, they know how to issue those securities and be compliant. And what it's, for me, the most important is respectful to the investor, because in the end, they're the ones that lack the most knowledge, the most information, but they're the one funding the project and putting their hard-earned money into something that is going to offer directly to them.
Thank you. Maria, you were speaking about Switzerland, for example.
Yes.
Any other countries that
Yes, I
are
have
pioneers?
some interesting experience exchange. Just like a month ago, I was a speaker on some close event in Austria, Vienna, because from Ukraine, I moved to Austria. That was my first country, and then I moved to Switzerland business-wise. And it was very touching for me, emotional, to be in Vienna as a speaker for tokenization of the assets on an event where there were some investors, politicians, because one of the first big players on the market, like real estate players, they started to tokenize the assets. And there are some lawyers on the stage. The laws are still very fresh. Nobody understands where it will move, but still I find it was very much exciting because there were a lot of investors, a lot of younger people, older money people who are really pay attention to this process because it makes a very big difference. Particularly, I do investments if I do them for myself. For my clients, I could recommend the same. Imagine that you buy a house, you have a maintenance fee, you have a lot of things. Imagine if you tokenize a house. In Austria, elsewhere in Spain, you can be a part of this investment, but you can have much more benefits. That's why I don't know what about Spain and Europe-wise, but I will be very happy if this process in the future, and we jump to another question, if this process will continue moving on and you know, that we can have a diversification of investment also as asset manager and private banker. It would be interesting for my clients. Also, like myself, like a client and investor, it would be amazing if I could buy a beautiful terrace in Spain, in Barcelona, and it would be tokenized.
Sergio, you were mentioning your international clients. Yes. What do you think are the main challenges for local companies? Why do you think you have so many international clients, but not so many local clients?
Okay, good question. The thing is, the local companies, the challenge is to see the real value of using technology. So we are in Spain, everything is done, many businesses are already running, and they say, okay, why I need to spend X money in adding a blockchain layer to my business, and when and what will be my return if my business is working, so maybe I don't need to. This is the main challenge here in Spain. The reality. There are exceptions, for sure. There are amazing projects, but that is what we find.
And why do you think this challenge is not the same in other countries, like maybe she mentioned Vienna, or Austria, or Switzerland?
I think it's in the kind of entrepreneurs. So we are working a lot with French companies because the entrepreneur from France, they see the value to look beyond the typical, to have a different business than the others.
Yes, Swiss companies are very moving, they're very, like Switzerland is very much, how do you say, advanced in tokenization and in all this. I speak about Austria or some other European Union country. If you want to have a tokenization results or investments, Switzerland is a good place for you. But I'm happy that now it moves to Spain and to France, right?
Yes, and Eastern Europe. We work a lot with all Eastern Europe.
Exactly. And which country in Eastern Europe you are collaborating with?
The main one in Romania.
Nice.
Because Romania, you know, it's growing a lot right now,
Okay.
and lots of opportunities. And
Nice.
But in general, Czech Republic, Hungary, Georgia,
Good.
Armenia, Israel. So it's Asia, so Middle
Very
East.
interesting roadmap.
And then for the DeFi part in Panama. Panama is, of course,
Okay.
the financial
What is
part.
about Panama? I really didn't know much about that. What can you do in Panama right now in this area?
It's the regulation there with
They
the
are
crypto
friendly.
active. They are very
Okay.
friendly.
Nice.
So like.
And Georgia is also very friendly?
No, Georgia, they have a very good engineers and entrepreneurs
Okay.
that
Outsourced.
wants to make businesses using blockchain technology.
Okay.
Let's
Very
move to
different.
sorry.
Yes.
Let's move to the future. And where do you think the tokenization market is heading towards? What do you think will be the landscape like in the next 5 to 10 years? Edwin, you can start.
I would like to know, Maria, where do you see the future happening?
Me?
Yes, please.
I think that the STOs, the security token offerings, will this area will grow and develop. I believe in tokenization and I believe in the digitalization globally, you know, and in blockchainization. So actually, I think in 10 years we will meet in totally different world.
Absolutely.
That's why the ones who want to jump in the first train, that should jump right now with us, with a specialist like my colleagues here, which I really didn't know before, but I admire your skills. And with congresses and platforms like here, you know, because if you would have done investment in Bitcoin years ago, you would have maybe 50K. But if you think over, let it go, don't try, then it's too late. So I think this is the future. Jump together, try it for your business. Try a little bit. I'm a very conservative private banker. I'm speaking about diversification. Try it with 5% of your assets or part of your company. And then you're going to see the future together with us.
Edwin,
I
what do you want
can
to
I?
No, please, of course, of course.
Can I corroborate what Maria is telling? I agree. There are a lot of studies from big American audit companies that says that in 2030, 15% of all the hardware will be infrastructure for blockchain, and will be around 40 million job positions in all the Web3 scene. So the thing is, blockchain is here. Blockchain will be bigger, as Maria said, in 7-10 years. Then you need to start moving, not waiting until it's too late. So it's just,
You know, there was, I'm sorry to say that there was a Picasso or Da Vinci, and there was a camera once, and there was an iPhone, and there is now DeFi. So that's where I see the future.
Evolution,
it's logical.
right?
Take it from the history.
Edwin, now go
Yeah,
ahead.
so no, I guess I'm gonna go a little bit more romantic, let's say. It's
that's
ownership,
nice.
right? We are starting to again acknowledge that we can own our data, we can own our financial instruments. We don't really understand a lot of it yet because we need to be educated. We've been always thrown into an intermediary owning absolutely everything instead of us, and now we have the opportunity to own it by ourselves. It's funny how we can become our own banks through DeFi instruments. We can become our own shareholders and investing in different companies without having that broker in the middle. So I think the evolution now is coming back to understanding that we are still obviously the product, but at least we can monetize ourselves. So it's restoring the balance. I think there's going to be a lot of change in paradigms between intermediaries, recurring that, into products that allows us to work against the market directly and become our market ourselves. So I think it's going to be very much interesting, but in the end, it's pure ownership.
And we've talked about regulation issues. We've talked about maybe closed mindset of some companies and some entrepreneurs. But besides that, which do you think are going to be the challenges until we can reach the landscape that you imagine in the near future?
Any challenges? I think that men should speak about challenges. Yes. We will want more positive. Go ahead. What challenges can come?
So challenges is just changing the mindset. That's the main challenge. Because all the technology, all the regulatory, everything we need, we have the solution for it. We have partners in venture capitals. Money is there. We can call them, but you need to present it properly and do a good offer to the venture capital to invest on you. So the thing is, the challenge is hard work. All that businesses that we have been doing in France with good success is because the entrepreneur is a hard worker, and then the business runs well and the token performs well. That's it.
Yeah, so maybe the acceptance, the result, and the acceptance of the society. When we have a good results, when the iPhone works, we use it. Before we could not imagine it. So I think that the acceptance will be the challenging point of view, but we will move there.
Thank you. Last question. My question is for maybe many of the people who are here today are businesses looking to implement tokenization, and they're thinking, wow, what they're saying is really interesting. What advice would you give them in terms of strategy, best practices, first steps? Where should they start? What do they have to do if they want to get involved and start changing their mindset, as you were saying? Edwin, you go first.
Yeah, thanks. Basically, as any business, the most important thing is you have a market product fit, right? So you want to know if you have clients and that can get monetizable. And basically from there is kind of creating your own ecosystem of potential funders, right? Because now we're used to just going to one VC, two VCs, the bank, depends on the model, and then getting the funding from one big source. And now you can break that source and transform it into thousands. So in the end, just by issuing a token does not mean you're going to get funded. The important thing is how you're going to capture the interest from that retail investor to believe in you. So I guess you need marketing, of course. You need to have the tech. Yeah, there's solutions out there that can help us. But in the end, the first step for tokenization is not the issuance of a token. It's how are you going to get the generation of interest from retail investors who are going to believe in you, who's going to deploy their hard-earned money, their capital in your product, and how you're going to benefit them with utilities, with interest, with whatnot. So it's not just issuing a token per se and hoping the money enters. It's making a whole strategy. And I mean, the situation is super simple. I mean, you want to look for $1 million and you want to work as if you're making 100, then you're going to make it. If you look for $1 million, then put some money, put some hard work into understanding that you're requesting that, obviously. If it gets more, well, you need more effort, but obviously it's a business. And raising money, all CEOs know it, is your day-to-day business.
Sergi?
I have one recommendation. It's like a requirement, but it's also a recommendation for anyone. Okay. So we are companies. We have offering services, and we need to invoice our services and earn money, of course. And many entrepreneurs try to start working for free and with future payment in token or future payment on the benefits. So I say them, wait. Maybe I could do that or not, but for your business it's not good. So think that you will need the first 20,000 euros, for example, to start giving services. And if you don't have, start asking to your family, friends, and this is a good exercise. If you think that your business is good to sell a token and recommend that token to other people, okay, then you need to believe in your own business. And then you need to make your surrounders believe and see their feedback. You understand? And then doing this exercise to having the first seed money is the best way that having a future solid business plan.
Skin in the game. I completely agree with him. You need
Yes. You
skin
don't
in the
agree?
game. No, I absolutely agree.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you cannot go asking for money and then you have a wallet with like 10 BTC and it's like, why you didn't sell your BTC? Why are you asking me money if you have money already? Kind of like, it's not like go poor or bankrupt, but you need to trust your own project. Don't ask for other people to trust your project if you don't trust it. So that advice is kind of like 101 entrepreneurship. You need that.
Yeah.
You need to trust it so much that you'd recommend it to your grandma, right?
Exactly.
But grandma will invest in anything, right?
Yeah, that's also true. Maria.
I think I will finish this topic maybe to tell that this is my profession, 25 years, to analyze the needs of the client or of the company. First, we have to be aware what the company or client want to risk and what not. Then we have to understand the goals, where the client want to go, and to understand the streams of liquidity and potential of payment. As I said, not to start and then to stop. I'm scared. No, go until the end if you started. And then finally, you have to go to the specialists, like we have today on the stage, or there are many specialists which are established these businesses over 10, 20 years, which are stronger and have some business cases. So if you are dealing with professionals, you will not don't have a big probability to lose your assets. You come to the goal, you will tokenize your assets, and you will succeed. Like if I go, if I go to the dentist, if I go to a wrong dentist, maybe I will not have my teeth well done. But if I have an X-ray, I analyze what I need, and I go to the best dentist, I will have my teeth done. My teeth, by the way, are natural. But the same is about tokenization. If you want to have some goal, you have to do the steps, go to professionals, and you're going to get there.
Okay, we're running out of time. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions. But if you're looking for professionals, you can find them during the networking for sure, and you can just reach out. Thank you very much for being here, listening to us, and have a great rest of the day. Enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes a todo el mundo. Con permiso la voy a hacer en español esta presentación porque tenía que estar con Alex. Al final voy a estar yo solo. Soy Adrián de Bitbase. Muchas gracias. I will be speaking in Spanish because for me it's more easier. Okay. If you have any ask, you can for sure ask. What is Bitbase, okay? Perdón, ¿qué es Bitbase? No? A ver, hasta ahora hemos estado hablando de un mundo muy futurista, de lo que pasará en el mercado, qué es DeFi, qué es la tokenización, y siempre digo, está muy bien que hablemos de esto, pero no sirve de nada si esto no llega al mundo real, ¿no? Entonces, básicamente, lo que aporta Bitbase y al mercado es la puerta de entrada a este mundo desde una vida irreal, con personas, con tiendas, con espacios y físicos, ¿no? Realmente somos un physical y exchange. Fuimos la primera empresa del mundo que creó este concepto, porque los exchanges siempre habían sido exchanges y digitales. Todo el mundo conoce lo que es Binance, todo el mundo conoce lo que es Coinbase, pero no había absolutamente nadie que tuviera una tienda física donde poder y acudir y entrar al mundo, ¿no? Entonces, juntamente con Alex, en 2017, pudimos abrir la primera tienda en España, ¿no? A día de hoy son 110 puntos físicos y lo que hacemos es materializar la parte virtual desde la parte física, ¿no? Es decir, llegamos a donde tiene que llegar, porque al final estamos hablando de la adopción, de las finanzas y o sea, de cómo hay que llegar a este mundo que todos y soñamos, Pues siempre digo lo mismo, hasta que no lo use tu madre, no sirve de nada, ¿no? Entonces, tenemos que hacer que lo que hablamos aquí, todas estas conferencias tan interesantes, lleguen a pie y de calle. Para esto, BitBase, ¿vale? Somos la puerta de entrada al mundo y digital de la forma más sencilla que puede existir. Como hemos tenido toda la vida, al final estamos aquí porque somos personas y nos gusta hablar entre personas. Por eso tenemos una red de 30 tiendas físicas, más una red de cajeros aproximadamente de 80 cajeros más repartidos por toda España y también en Latinoamérica. ¿Qué tenemos? Somos un 360. Tenemos lo que todo el mundo tiene, que es la parte online, y le sumamos la parte física, con novedades que vendrán este 2024, que también seremos la puerta de entrada al mundo descentralizado gracias a DEXTools. Bueno, veo que están los dos idiomas, con lo cual muchas gracias, Cristian, ¿vale?, por hacerme el favor. No me voy a enrollar mucho porque tampoco tengo mucho tiempo y luego viene una mesa redonda muy interesante, lo cual nos afecta mucho como exchange, que es el tema de la ilegalidad, ¿no? ¿Qué tenemos? Tiendas, como he explicado, red de cajeros, también somos los principales distribuidores en España de gadgets físicos, distribuidores de Ledger, de Trezor, de Material Bitcoin, de infinidad de gadgets que la gente necesita, ¿no? ¿Alguien le ha tenido que explicar a su padre qué es un Ledger, qué es una semilla, cómo se almacena cripto? ¿Alguien? Dime, tú, Frederick, ¿y cómo te fue? Tú vistos mal, ¿no? Es nuestro día a día, ¿no? La adopción es nuestro día a día. Creo que al final, vuelvo y a repetir, no sirve de nada todo lo que hacemos si no llega a las calles. Por eso, la mejor forma es hacerlo desde las calles. Tenemos un token que salió hace aproximadamente 1 año y medio, que tendrá muchísima utilidad con la futura app que vamos a sacar, estamos ya a puntito. Tenemos otros productos que están y en beta, BitPOS. Queremos ser el principal empresa que haga de pasarela de pago para que los comercios puedas consumir con tus criptoactivos. Y luego BitCredit, que es un producto que ha funcionado muy bien, que sirve para que te prestemos dinero con tus criptoactivos como y colateral. Números. Bueno, pues como bien he dicho, empezamos en 2017. Fue un poco arriesgado empezar en esa época, pero creo que es lo que nos ha hecho estar donde estamos a día de hoy. Actualmente tenemos más de 50.000 clientes. Lo bueno que tenemos es que al final, al tener la parte física, la satisfacción es muy alta. Tenemos una satisfacción de cliente, nuestro cliente es muy recurrente y tenemos un 4.9 de satisfacción. Hacemos alrededor de 6.000 transacciones físicas al mes. Parece pocas, pero siendo físicas son bastantes, ¿vale? Porque quiere decir 6.000 personas que nos han comprado o vendido de forma física. Al final, 6.000 personas que han entrado a este mundo cada mes gracias a BitBase, ¿no? Y alrededor de más de 4 millones de euros que compramos y vendemos mensualmente de forma física. Todo esto es forma física, la parte online iría completamente aparte. Somos el tercer operador más grande de Europa a nivel de cajeros. Tenemos cajeros Bitcoin, es decir, puedes comprar y vender en menos de 2 minutos. Aquí tenéis 2, lo podéis y probar. Eso estarían cajeros que ubicamos fuera de las tiendas, ¿no? Es decir, ya la gente que quiere usarlo, que sabe cómo va y simplemente pues, quiere hacer una compra o una venta muy rápida en efectivo. Es un punto fuerte que tenemos al poder tener espacios físicos y licencia con el banco, pues podemos operar en efectivo, cosa que los exchanges de Internet pues no puedes porque, lógicamente, no puedes operar en efectivo. A día de hoy, como bien os contamos, estamos por toda España, incluido en Melilla, es decir, estamos en África también, totalmente, y Latinoamérica es nuestro mercado objetivo. Realmente hemos visto que la necesidad de todo lo que hablamos aquí, de DeFi, Web 3.0, como bien comentaban en la apertura, están los mercados emergentes donde realmente hay un problema con el fiat, cosa que aquí a día de hoy no hemos notado cada vez más, pero donde hay problemas de verdad con el fiat, como en Argentina, en Venezuela, es donde realmente la adopción de las criptomonedas están a pie de calle, ¿no? Entonces, Latinoamérica, sin lugar a dudas, es un mercado que vamos a expandirnos durante todo el 2024 y estamos poniendo todos los esfuerzos en ello. Poquita cosa más, estamos a punto de lanzar una app, nos ha costado muchísimo, ¿vale? Como bien he dicho, somos al revés que todo el mundo, integramos la parte de la app con varias novedades que tampoco creo que nos hacen un poco únicos o especiales. Al final tendremos el 360, que son los espacios físicos, las tiendas y los cajeros, la plataforma online y la aplicación que va a englobar y a dar existencia a todo y el ecosistema. Cosas únicas de la app. Tendremos finanzas tradicionales, podremos operar con euros con licencia, es decir, podrás tener tus finanzas del día a día, tu nómina, tus consumos, pasarlas a cripto y luego ponerlos en protocolos. Eso creo que es algo que a día de hoy no existe y con la ayuda de las tiendas por si hay dudas, ¿no? Entonces, nuestra idea siempre ha sido estar en el medio de entre el mundo real y el mundo en el que estamos aquí y soñando, ¿no? Ser esa puerta de entrada para que lo hagas de forma muy segura. Y poquita cosa más, he ido bastante rápido, ¿vale? Porque no os quiero hacer mucha publi, simplemente quería que conocierais nuestra actividad. También soy consciente que vamos un poco con retraso. Viene una conferencia ahora muy importante que nos afecta de ilegalidad. Os animo que os quedéis y daros las gracias.
Okay, this is the part where you give a big round of applause for the most exciting panel at this time. Clap your hands. All righty. Legal landscape for crypto and digital assets. Can my fellow panelists please come on the stage? Indeed. Seat yourself. All righty. Do we got everyone? I think we're missing someone.
Sorry.
Run, Forrest, run!
Sorry, Gordo.
Hi, Basilisa.
Hi.
Wait, give a big round of applause for our organizer. We love her. Woo! She is doing an amazing job. That's why we're all here. And we're starting the clock. Oh, all right. Listen, I just like standing up and talking and being loud, so I'm just going to be doing that during the session. Let's do a quick intro of our panelists, just so we know who we're talking to. Obviously your name, and your background, but you know where you're from, because we're going to be covering this from an international perspective. Obviously, the legality of crypto assets and digital assets, it's a thicket. It's an international thicket. So please, let's start with you.
Hi, my name is Elisenda Fábrega. I'm from Barcelona, and I am the head of legal at Bricken, a company also based in Barcelona.
Fantastic. Please.
Hello, my name is Dana Ago. I'm managing partner and co-founder of Lex Law Office. We are a law firm based in Tallinn, Estonia, and Vilnius, Lithuania. And thank you, organizers, for inviting me.
Hello, I'm Michael. I'm the Minister of Justice of Liberland. We are building a state, a country in the real world, Singapore of Europe, a crypto-friendly country, the most crypto-friendly country in the world, and we're building a blockchain which will run that country's government, and those things are my responsibility.
And I think that's the first time I heard it. Did you say a Singapore of Europe?
Yes.
Or the Singapore of Europe?
Indeed, a Singapore or Dubai, if you will, of Europe.
Well, I'm from Dubai, so I'm biased. And then, are you missing a microphone? Then let's. This is a socialist panel, unless we can bring another microphone on the stage. So go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm Nicola Marcella. I'm partner at Stone Partners. We are a Geneva-based firm. We advise on Web3 and related businesses.
Fantastic. Now, we had a group formed on WhatsApp before we got on the stage. We're actually a little bit organized, and you guys use terms that I, as an American, are unfamiliar with. MIFID, MiCA, what is this scary new regulatory world? Let's just go around, and maybe you can give it a perspective. Give it a perspective from your national perspective, and maybe your European perspective, and then maybe international. So please.
Nice. That's true, sorry, because I didn't know that you were not familiarized with that term.
I've heard of it.
Yeah. Well, MiCA, as you know, it's a European regulation. It's not only in Spain, it has to be transposed in this case. Well, basically, we are all, I think, here working to understand this MiCA regulation, how it's going to affect us. On my side, more for the utility perspective, and also probably if someone here is from also Europe with the MiFID II, that is more related to securities, and well, of course, that the DLT pilot that I think was Nicola also that was talking about it, like it's the common thing, but really interesting also with with this new appearance of new entities that will exchange these securities, and well,
sorry, let me ask the question a little bit differently. Can someone, I'm gonna throw that out to the crowd, can someone give me the headline of MiFID?
Ooh.
It's challenging. Let's come back to Mika. I wanted to add that.
All right, can someone give me the headline of Mika?
Yeah, headline of Mika. Just for the audience, I think that we have more here projects, market players, investors, traders who are interested in how this actually affects their life, because they do not care if it is complicated or whatever, they just want to understand. So for the common understanding, MiCA will be the fundamental European regulation for the virtual assets and for the virtual asset service providers. For the companies, important is to understand, will actually MiCA apply for your business or not? Are you in scope with the MiCA or not? And if you are in the scope of MiCA, who you are according to MiCA and which kind of requirements you need to meet. So these are the basic questions you need to ask. And then, of course, important is to understand, well, it will be finally enforced, because we were waiting for MiCA for more than 3 years. I am member of blockchain working group, and we were working on the MiCA text since 2019, I think. So I'm quite boring. For me, it's quite boring topic to talk about MiCA. So we had a lot of expectations when it will come in force. The biggest advantage for the market players, for the CUSPs or WASPs, is that if you get the license from one European Union country, you will get this classic passporting rights to another European countries. That means that you get the license from one country, let's say it's Spain, and then you can officially offer your services in France, in Estonia, Lithuania, Austria, etc., etc. So this is the aim of MiCA and the basic fundamental benefit that it gives to the market players. Thank you.
Actually, I'll make a comment in there. So I'm a U.S. licensed attorney, but I'm based in Dubai, and the big talk in Dubai has been, Dubai is obviously an emirate within the United Arab Emirates. They have a new regulator, VARA, Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority, who they claim is the first of its kind in the world because it's a regulator entirely dedicated to crypto assets. It's not the legacy securities or commodities regulator trying to shoehorn in crypto assets under prior law. They're actually making new law. But I think what I'm hearing from you is that Micah or Rico, however you pronounce it, maybe you can tell me, is something like that. It's an omnibus statutory framework for crypto assets. And it's also interesting how the term VASP has become common and ubiquitous to describe people working with crypto assets or virtual assets. There seems to be a global consensus forming a little bit about who these people are and what they should be doing. Let's get the superpower of Liberland's perspective.
Thank you. Well,
when are you going to actually invade Luxembourg? We're all wondering.
Well, in Liberland, you will not have a regulation of cryptocurrencies, and that's it. But of course, Liberland doesn't exist in a vacuum, and we exist in Europe. And therefore, we have to be compatible with our neighboring countries. And that means that MiCA is going to mean a great deal for you if you expand your Liberland business to Europe. And MiFID as well, if you try to offer securities on the European market. And that is a very interesting topic because it is not exactly a clear legislature, because it's an interplay between, like, in America you have like federal level and a state level. And in Europe we have
it's
the same
hellish.
thing. Yes. And in Europe it's even stranger, because there are several very different state levels, and the terms in those, I mean, I don't know how interesting this is for you, but you come for a panel full of lawyers, so probably it is. So basically...
It's fascinating, and everyone in the audience loves it. Yes? Yes!
Yay.
Yay, we love law, we love lawyers. Okay, good.
So
keep
basically, in order to interpret certain terms from the MiFID, especially, MiCA is clearer as far as I understand it, you have to go to the national legislatures, which, of course, go back to the MiFID.
Correct.
And so you get conundrums like that. And of course, the European Court is of great help, not. So it is an interesting time to be alive and to be a lawyer. You are very necessary with legislation like this. And now I'm not trying to criticize it. It's a great job done to legislate for such a huge country. We're Liberland. We're tiny. We have 900 citizens and 7 kilometers square. Europe has 500 million people, more or less. So, of course, it's not going to be as simple. However, those who want something simple, they can come to Liberland and they'll find it there. So this would be my perspective, or our superpower perspective, on those matters in a nutshell.
Interesting. Storm.
So let me answer your first question, which was the headlines. We still didn't get that. So MiFID is Marketing Financial Instruments Directive, and MiCA is Marketing Crypto Assets Regulation. I would say it's important to underline the difference between a directive and a regulation, because a directive at European level is a European legislation that then needs to be transposed into the national legislation of each single member state, while a regulation on the other side is self-applicable in the whole European Union. So,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part. A directive can be transposed into national legislation.
Yeah.
And what was the regulations?
The regulation is self-applicable. So it's a true European law. So MiCA, and this is the main advantage of MiCA, MiCA is a regulation and is a European law. So you have same rules within the whole European Union for crypto asset service providers, utility token issuers, issuers of stablecoin that under MiCA are defined either as asset reference tokens or e-money tokens. So it's a whole regulatory framework dedicated to crypto assets. Now, you made an interesting parallel with what happens in Dubai, Bara. So I would say is similar in some way. Let's say that the two regulators identified crypto assets or virtual assets, as you want to call them, as a specific category that needs to be regulated somehow. But the approach in Dubai has been, okay, we create a specific regulator for that, while in Europe, basically, it's still under the jurisdiction of the financial regulators. So they didn't create a new regulator.
Interesting. Anna, I think you wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on the Liberland, but now I want to comment on... I have a lot of comments. Yeah, I wanted to make clear that it's an interesting idea, but MiCA is quite straightforward regulation, which says that if you want to be a CASP, so crypto asset service provider, you need to have the legal entity registered in Europe, which is, means that you need to be registered in one of the European Union countries. So, for example, if you want to provide the services outside the European Union, you will be not allowed officially market your services. Of course, if the clients are coming to you, this is another story, and it is one of the regulatory challenges that on the national level force agencies will face, because a lot of projects will decide when MiCA will come in force to move outside the Europe, because the requirements are pretty straightforward and complicated for the companies who would like to enter the market, who are not in the good position. So this was my short comment on this. But related to the understanding of MiFID and MiCA, parallel of MiFID and MiCA, for the consumers or for the market participants, it's important to understand if your token is considered to be as a security, MiFID will be applicable. So no work, no games with the MiCA at all. If you will be a utility token issuer or other than ART or AMP token issuer, or if you will be assets reference token issuer or e-money token issuer, the MiCA will be applicable to you. There is a list of the exceptions when MiCA will not gonna apply to you. So even if you would like to make, let's say, some kind of token project, call a lawyer, specify if actually MiCA will be the regulation according which you will be operating. Maybe you will be out of the scope. Maybe you need to look for the MiCA. Maybe you need to find a better jurisdiction. For example, at the moment we have one client who is already preparing for the MiCA regulation, and they would like to issue the token, and the challenge that we face, it's not fitting actually the classes that we have in the MiCA. It's not an art, it's not an amt, and it's not a pure utility token. So these are the challenges that we will have as lawyers. And actually, there is a very big obligations and responsibilities putting on the lawyer's shoulders, I believe you will agree, because according to the MiCA, you need to provide the legal opinion which says which kind of class your token is. And where the game starts, games is starting here. So once I'm signing and saying you are an art, this responsibility is on my shoulder.
I hope you're planning on charging a lot of money for that. Right? I mean, back in the day, part of the reason I got into this was I was applying U.S. securities law to tokens, trying to figure out whether or what it was a security, doing a whole Howey test analysis. That's where I got into this field. And now you're telling me that, if I understand you correctly, there's a regulatory requirement that these projects, A, have a European entity, and B, if they fall outside of MiFID and they are under MiCA, that the lawyer, poor lawyer, needs to write a formal opinion designating the class that the token falls under, and then sign it. Sounds like a ticket to malpractice, and more.
Yes, this is the interesting point of this regulation. Of course, the final application, if you want to be the assets reference token issuer, the obligations are on this entity who is applying for the license, but one of the requirements is to submit the legal opinion which says who is, which type of token is actually, according to the law, is covered within this white paper.
Yeah. Well,
Interesting. Now, I just want to clarify, and probably the audience wants to know this also. If something is a security under MiFID, and it's clear security, am I understanding correctly that preempts everything else and doesn't need to go under MiCA also? Like if it's a security, that's it, end of story, it falls under MiFID?
Yeah.
Or
No.
yes.
Correct.
Okay, so it doesn't exist in both worlds. You don't have something that's a security and a crypto asset. It's one or the other.
MiCA is very clear, in the preamble of the regulation and even the article, it's written that if it is a financial instrument, it falls outside the scope of the regulation. So it's a clear exclusion, it's another word.
Okay, so by definition, it's probably either a payment token or utility token or something else.
Yeah, so basically you have the two stable coin models, so the asset reference tokens and the e-money token, and then you have utility tokens. I think actually...
Sorry, what was the last one? E-money and?
Asset reference tokens, and then you have the utility tokens.
Okay.
That is the probably wider category of what we see now in the market.
Yeah.
And I would say, so MiCA dedicates, I think, the first 14 or 15 articles to the issuance of utility tokens. And it's very interesting how they do that because, and one thing maybe to clarify about being based in the European Union, you need to be based in the European Union if you are a CASP, or also if you issue e-money tokens or asset reference tokens, but not to issue a utility token. You can issue a utility token even if you are a company based elsewhere, but you still need to comply with the rules. So you need to be transparent about your white paper, you need to be transparent about your marketing communication. There are a lot of obligations of being kind of honest in your communications, and even for the basically board members, directors of the company that issues the token to assume responsibility concerning the communications, which I deem something is very needed in order to avoid scams in the market. And then also this part of the legal opinion is true. So when you have to submit basically your white paper to the regulator in order to do your token offering, you also need to enclose this legal opinion that certifies the token is a utility token. But again, I don't see it as a burden. I actually see it as an opportunity to clean up a bit the market from tokens that were actually not redesigned to be utility tokens, or even in which the features of the token were very unclear, and the right attributed to the token holder as well very unclear. And you know, this Far West in the end created decent amount of scams. I'm a true believer in this technology and in this market, but in order for the market to be sound and safe and to expand and to grow, we also need regulation, we need transparency, we need rules that prevent malicious actors from taking the money of let's say, good-willing users.
Yeah.
Now, we did not discuss this in advance, so I'm going to kind of ambush the panel, but I just want to run through it. there's a model of token launch. And EOS did this, and Casper did this, and a few of them did this, where the generator of the project comes up with the technology of the blockchain. But then the community, not the promoter, not the former of the software, but the community, maybe you can call them the node operators or whoever, they do a community launch. Okay, so you have the software publisher, the kind of promoter, but they're not actually doing it. They're saying, here's our software, now go form a critical mass and launch it, and as part of the launch, you community go issue the tokens. So in that model, who's the CASP? Or does that even fall, when you have a decentralized network from the get-go launching a token, who would then qualify under these laws? What do you do? Can you do it?
Well, it's a tough one.
I'll call on you if you don't raise your hand.
Well,
as you want, guys.
I can start.
Okay, ladies first.
So just to bring maybe some clarity, so CASP is a crypto asset service provider, and there is a list of services which are actually crypto services, such as exchange, custodian wallet service solution, portfolio management, even consulting on the crypto assets. So token issuers are like a little bit separated, and the CASP like legal term is not applicable to them. So
okay, fair enough. I stand corrected, but nonetheless, I believe issuing tokens would be a regulated activity in Europe.
Yes.
Okay.
So, for example, so it really depends which kind of token are you issuing. So, if it will be, let's say, assets reference token, which means that your token is connected to not one type, but particular type of the assets. It can be a fiat, it can be crypto, but it can be a combination of the assets. Then it's assets reference token. You need to get authorization. You need to meet the capital requirements. You need to submit the application. For example, such documents are compliance handling procedures, operational activity description, business continuity plan, etc., etc. So there is a list of the requirements that you need to meet. But if you are, for example, an e-money token issuer, so you would like to issue a token which will be referred to that one particular asset, let's say crypto to euro, for example. Then you will be the EMT according to MiCA, e-money token, and then you need to have the e-money license.
Yes.
So you cannot issue this if you are not an e-money institution. So it really depends on the type of the token that you are issuing. But coming back to your question, there is like a difference if you issue the token, if you place the token, and if you sell the token. There is also a difference according to MiCA. So, for example, if you place the token, you can be considered as a CASP. If you sell the token, you will be considered as a CASP. If you issue the token, you will be considered as a token issuer. So it really depends who is doing what and which kind of token type is actually going on. But it's a complicated question, especially if we have some kind of DAO.
It was meant to be complicated. No, well, I mean, because just to play with it a little bit, the whole premise of the evolution, if you like, between foundations to DAOs and everything else was, in my opinion, they're doing a few things. They're furthering the decentralization ethos, but from a legal perspective, they're muddying the waters on who is technically an issuer. Because that's always the key term. Who is the issuer? And now we have this, before it was always clear, this company issues its own stocks, it issues its own bonds. But when you have a decentralized network and a community that's decentralized and doesn't even necessarily agree or align, magically comes together and issues a token, they can disappear and the token can still exist. I mean,
come on, even if
sorry, just real fast, a company can go bankrupt and disappear, and then its stock is gone. But founders can found a network disappear, like with Satoshi, but the crypto continues. So it's a bizarre situation. It has a life of its own beyond the issuance.
Well, it is.
I think that it's important to clarify that thing actually, because we have a lot of like DAO clients, and when they approach you, they really kind of bring that narrative even to you. But we have seen these DAOs a lot lately, and also with regard to token issuing. And in the end, if you have an organization, if there is a common purpose, if there is a treasury and so on, it's a simple partnership. If it's not incorporated, it's a simple partnership. It's not that the DAO can live outside of the legal system. In the end, the legal system just encompasses everything. And if they don't incorporate, then there are other residual forms of legal entity that can be applied. And in my opinion, the DAOs that are unincorporated, but in which you can find the characteristics of, let's say, a structured organization, they are simple partnerships. There are also some...
Which is extremely dangerous.
It is extremely dangerous. There is personal liability from the members.
Correct.
And indeed, we work with DAOs in order to get them incorporated. Like DAOs in Switzerland nowadays, they mostly incorporate either as foundations or associations. Yes. But they are all incorporating because they understood that.
I mean, the Casper, I think we're good to use it, but the Casper project that I was involved with, they were, I think, kind of groundbreaking at the time for doing a nonprofit association in Switzerland. And associations in Switzerland, Vereins, are kind of unique in their setup. That's why everyone loves them.
True.
And maybe they're an appropriate model for launching tokens into the European market. Maybe.
It could be, yes, it could be, but we are using it a lot. It has been some time. But in Switzerland, there are proper kind of like, we are part of, as Storm Partners, we are part of Swiss DAO. Like there are bodies that really foster the ecosystem to welcome DAOs, but also to provide some clarity. You are right, yeah, the Swiss Association is a framework that emerged as a common setup that works, but just because it's been tested a while, we asked FINMA that maybe the cool thing about Switzerland is that you can speak with a regulator and they tell you a bit how they see things.
Okay, please.
No, don't worry. No, it was to agree with Nicola because about the DAOs, it's true. If you don't incorporate, and well, he was talking in his specific case, not, but also Malta, they are trying to attract this kind of organizations. Also, the Koala Group created a manual, in fact. Well, I don't know if you are familiarized with the Koala Group, but it's basically a group of experts that study DAOs, no? And, well, of course, about these issuance, no, of utilities or securities, token governance, etc., no? And how it's going to affect this kind of these kinds of groups, because the liability is, as he was saying, really dispersed. Who is managing really the DAO, who is not, who is taking the responsibility? Are we all responsible for something that goes wrong with the utility? Or if we don't assess correctly that is a security and we follow the procedure, because Gordon, you were asking a lot of Mika, but it's also important to know that to issue a security is difficult. In fact, a lot of things that Mika is now stating are a little bit based on what we were doing in securities. For that reason, Nicola before was talking about the issuance of utilities that were not utilities per se, and I only wanted to reiterate what he was saying, and also about this DAO concept, no, that a lot of countries now are seeing this situation. I think Estonia, they are really like crypto friendly, but I don't know, they were doing something about DAOs. I don't know if that's correct. But I wanted to say that.
Interesting. Now, you mentioned Malta, and I remember 4 or 5 years ago, it was like the crypto island, and everyone's getting all excited. It was like, yeah, Malta. And then it was kind of like the dog that didn't bark, because and I love Malta, and I was excited for it, but they came up with some rules. You know, they said, we're going to have VASPs, we're going to have local service providers, we're going to have DAO law, and I think they got overwhelmed because it sounds good, but when you put it in place, they didn't really have the bureaucratic heft or depth or simply the number of qualified bodies to figure it out. Then we decided, hey, let's go even smaller. So they went to Gibraltar, and it's like, yeah, Gibraltar's the new crypto peninsula or island, whatever it is. And it's been kind of annoying that we have little micro jurisdictions that seem to offer opportunity. Oh, well, here I can issue my token. Now they get it, but they don't really pull it off. Now, I wonder, though, given what you're all saying about the passporting rules, is there such a thing as a proper jurisdiction within Europe anymore? Or since there's all going to be the same rules everywhere, does it even matter? Can is Czech Republic the same as the Netherlands in terms of my location for setting up?
Maybe the regulator is not as efficient.
Again?
Maybe the regulator is not as efficient, so you go in the jurisdiction in which also that not only the law per se, but the enforcement is better.
And also I wanted to add that, of course, we will have the MICA and we will have the similar fundamental regulatory requirements, but we have also, for example, the regulation for the payment institutions and e-money institutions already for the 10 years. But we all know that there is some jurisdictions where are suitable for such business model, and some jurisdictions where you most probably will not going to register some e-money institution. It's because of the different approach of the regulators and enforcement agencies. Like it's really depends also on the business environment of the particular country. It's depending on the tax system, because basically businessmen, they're taking into account all those aspects. Not only like I want them to be registered in this particular country because it's my homeland. Today we're going to be registered in any kind of jurisdiction, and you need to take into account those small important things: tax system, banking access, good reputation of the country, the approach of the regulator, the level of the education in this particular country. And taking all this into consideration, you can actually find an answer where is the right jurisdiction to register your project. And of course, you need to focus on where are your clients. This is the main question. So we lawyers all receive these questions. Is Switzerland suitable for me? Can I register my project in Spain? Can I register my project in Estonia? Maybe Dubai? Because they are looking for the opportunities. The answer is very easy. Where will be your customers? Where you would like to have the connection? Where will be the suitable business environment for your project? So those are the questions you need to answer first.
That's a very good answer. I'm just going to highlight it. Actually, I'm going to drop it into the WhatsApp group I run. That's a fantastic answer. So even though, I'll just kind of recap it, even though the written rules are the same and are consistent on a European level, the implementation of those rules varies by jurisdiction, and it's important to remember that your crypto business or your blockchain business is a business. Not only does it need to comply with the rules that are specific to it, but it needs to comply with the general rules applicable to all businesses, whether in employment law or leasing or insurance. You know, I'm not Mr. European guy, but you know, I assume there's local variation in these things. So yes, you may be under a consistent European law when it comes to the crypto regulation, but that doesn't mean that the other areas are applied the same way. And you're right, you know, there is something to be said for reputation, which is sort of a soft factor but relevant, especially in this world, given there's some shady actors. And yeah, you know, being near your customers, and probably also being near your vendors and your partners, and making them feel comfortable that they can actually find you and talk to you, and you're not like in some some unusual place. It's been great. I think we're actually out of time, so I think we should give this panel a huge round of applause. Yay! Good job, good job. All right, crowd, thank you. That was great.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Okay, we have one final point on the agenda today. Thank you, Vasilisa, for giving us the opportunity to be here for the second time in this wonderful Casa Llotja del Mar with the Holistic World Innovation Trophy.
I would also thank the DEXTools for hosting us.
And yes, the Holistic World Innovation Trophy, what we are doing. Okay, first a little bit about the Diplomatic World Institute. It's a spin-off of the Diplomatic World magazine, around in Brussels for 20 years. And in 2019, we founded the Institute being a think tank. And the first thing we initiated was the Holistic World Innovation Trophy. Of course, we were launching it directly into COVID, and so things were slowing down. But last year, we had it for the first time physically here in Barcelona. And yes, the idea of the trophy is to give to young companies with fresh ideas that have the power to impact the world, a forum, and also to launch a debate on innovation and on innovation culture, because
as we saw when AI was suddenly introduced by ChatGPT and OpenAI, people were so shocked and considering the speed in which these innovations will change the world, will increase dramatically over the years. We are not prepared, so we try to give a contribution to prepare people for that and also to bring good ideas forward. Well, there's another reason, Vasilisa, that you are here on stage with me. Not only that I wanted to thank you for the opportunity being here, you also this year's jury board president. And though it was a crazy process we did undergo this year, and you guys did a tremendous work. So please tell us a little bit about the process and the board.
Yes, well, Dieter, first of all, thank you very much for offering me the position of the president of the board. It was an honor, honestly, and I know that being next to such professionals and profound profiles of the people was an honor, in 2 words. But besides me, the board consists of more people, and well, the idea is very simple for the holistic world. It's basically to combine all the areas of the world. So almost every continent is represented by one member of the board. So, and here we have Professor Ingrid Vasiliou-Feltes, representing the Americas. She's a global business intelligence agency. OMDIA, the name. Then we have Maria Rua, for Europe, Lux Code Editor-in-Chief. We have Rini Mukath for Asia, Rwanda Green Company Government Advisor. Thierry Watrin for Africa. Australia is represented by the celebrated telecommunications veteran Robin Eckerman. And Professor Wendy van den Broek is representing the academic partner Brussels Free University. That is completing this year on the candidates, basically. So suggestions are coming from each of the members, except for me, for each of the regions anonymously, basically, and then the board is voting for the best one.
Yeah, it's a two-stage voting process. First, you wind it down to the shortlist of 3.
That was a lot of reading.
Because you had to go through all 18. So this gives me another opportunity to give a big thank you to our academic partner, the Free University of Brussels, because their students of the Smith Institute, they did a tremendous work compiling the dossiers your judgments were based on. But let's come to the look onto the shortlist.
So yeah, after voting for the first round, we came up with a shortlist of 3 companies. Again, with anonymous voting, as we said. So the first company, Friendlier, has the goal of eliminating single-use food packaging. Well, quite an honorable goal. The second one, which is MGI Carbon, helps corporations to significantly reduce their carbon footprint, which is a very high value right now with all this global warming. And finally, the Celco, which is improving living standards of poor households in rural India. Again, that's more like a charity which we really need in some areas of the world.
We had amazing companies overall, and it's the 3rd season now. And the quality of nominations is constantly increasing as the quality of the board is, because we had a few new entries, and this shows that we actually are on a good way with this award, because people are getting interested, and we also can attract very attractive people onto the board, and also very attractive companies to be nominated. But of course, we don't start that yet. The laureate has to get something for the honor, and here this little trophy created by a quite famous artist, German-Belgian Ulrike Bolenz. And yeah, she is assisting us for many years, and she did the trophy from all 3 trophies so far. And this one is a brand new design, and it's also this time it's personalized for the laureate. And another new feature, includes the NFC chip to make it more compliant with the tech world. So the info on the artist is stored onto the piece of art and the trophy. Please start the video because Ulrike made a short workshop.
Okay.
She showed how it works. So please, video go, please. Yeah, I would say a big hand to Ulrike, because she really created, for the first time, she created a completely new piece of art for it. And she is an amazing artist. But now, who is going to be the winner? And of course, I'm asking the jury president to cover up or to take the sheet off the secret.
Okay, so yeah, it wasn't an easy decision, and I know that all the all the board members were really thinking hard on the first 3 laureates. And finally, the winner is MCI Carbon. So the company, which was established in 2013 as a joint venture between Canberra-based Green Mag Group, co-founded by Marcus Dave and John Beaver in 2007, Newcastle University, and Orica. So quite an international mix. So in addition to capturing and storing carbon, they convert the gas that is created in this process into solid materials. The technique has the potential to scale up and make a significant contribution to reducing global carbon emissions. That's why the trophy jury board anonymously decided in their final 2023 meeting to award the 2023 Holistic World Innovation Trophy to this company and its co-founder and CEO, Marcus Dave.
Thank you. So MCI Carbon, Australia-based, is the laureate 2023. Unfortunately, Marcus Stars, the founder, is not here today. They say we're a carbon company, though we are not doing all this traveling, and of course, I do understand it. So, Vasilisa, let's just jointly present this award. And Marcus was giving us his little command, so I make sure he's getting it on time.
By post.
And also the document that is connected to it. And yes, he was so kind to tell us a little bit about the company. And so it's not black, it's just the beginning of the video. So please start the video.
Yeah. Click again.
It's a tremendous accolade to be awarded a Holistic World Innovation Laureate. Extremely appreciative, given that the journey that I've been on for the last 16 years with MCI Carbon has been a tremendous journey with my people. I'm very lucky to have such a great team around me. 16 years ago, when my co-founder and I, John Beaver, started the venture into looking for a large-scale CO2 solution for the world, somewhere that we could put away large-scale CO2 emissions into valuable materials. We knew that this was an opportunity for the world, but really didn't know whether or not the technology could get us there. For the last 10 years, and fully funded by our Australian governments and industry, MCI has been on a journey to prove the technology, to prove that we could stop the emissions of CO2 from industry and put it into materials that go into cements, concretes, into building materials like plasterboards, glass, paper, all the kinds of materials that need to be decarbonised. MCI is a company of 50 people and expanding rapidly. We have our first customers emerging in Europe, in Japan, in Australia, and in the US. We are actively looking for opportunities with industry partners like cement and steel who want to reduce their emissions and to then take those emissions and convert them into valuable materials for the circular economy. So we're looking to scale at the same time that the world's industries are looking for solutions. And we believe that we can create a very large-scale opportunity to avoid emissions now, whilst we do all the other things like that the world needs to do, like in renewable energy, the energy transition away from fossils, and then also the decarbonisation of our supply chains. So behind me is our global reference pilot plant. This is what we built in response to a 2007 IPCC report that looked at mineral carbonation, which is our core technology of taking CO2 and reacting with low-grade minerals, creating valuable materials that have the carbon embodied in them. This is mineral carbonation. So our pilot plant is reacting every day with different minerals and also waste feedstocks like steel slags and bottom ash and things like that from industry to convert them into materials by using CO2. And that CO2 gets locked into those minerals permanently and safely. So this is really a way of storing and locking away CO2 for good. We need support continuously from our governments, which we have had with our Australian federal government and state governments in New South Wales. And that's been fantastic. But we now are in a stage where we need significant capital as we expand our technology and get it into market. Policy support is very, very important. Nothing still is cheaper than putting CO2 in the atmosphere without a carbon price. If industries are still allowed to emit, it's hard to justify why they would spend money on doing anything else unless they are regulated or unless there is a carbon price. So there are two games being played in the world right now. There's the race to net zero, which MCI Carbon and many of our technology competitors are facing, and also industries that are actually trying to tackle their emissions. We are on that race to net zero. The other is climate delay. And we are often asked, who are our competitors? And the answer is pretty simple. It's business as usual. So any company, any person working in a company still doing everything as they have normally done it, buying fossil fuels, buying traditional materials that have high carbon intensity, they are playing climate delay. And so we call for everyone to consider how they might switch from playing that game to the race to net zero. And it's really beholden on all of us in any of our capacities, in where we work, what we buy, how we live, to help humanity on the race to net zero. Thanks again for the nomination to the Holistic World Innovation Award. We're very appreciative of any recognition that we get. We have an amazing team of chemical engineers and geologists and business people who are on our mission to avoid 1 billion tonnes of CO2 per annum by 2040. This is a realistic goal for us, and we hope that our technology, amongst others, can help us get to net zero. Thank you, Marcus. And actually, Australia has quite a good standing in the laureate's history, because also the first awards that we only gave out virtually went to an Australian company, and the edutech company in digital, with this amazing Michaela Jade, an Indian lady who is doing who is presenting virtual reality to Indian people, and to give them the kids an opportunity to develop perspective for a career, and also to teach about Indian cultures. And she's now really contributing this by now worldwide, and is so a great company. And yeah, so we have another great company, and thank you, Vasilisa, for being on the board. And
thank you. I think it was a very wise choice, and definitely a company which makes an impact, not just a token or something.
And now, thank you for your interest in the award. And now I would say, let's party.
Yes, everybody. I think now we are transitioning to the best part of the conference, where you have networking cocktail, and you can enjoy some drinks and meet wonderful people here. Thank you, and I see you tomorrow here at 11, everybody. Goodbye.
Disruption.